Yes, 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 yes. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam.
Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.
Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land,
Lion of Judah Society.
Thank Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yay, yay, yay.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burn. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Work all week and now it's time to rest. Cook up the food and everything blessed. Lay back and pull the scriptures out. Family reading what it's all about. Giving full attention to the most high of creation. He hallowed it and made it a holy day. Separation. To be one with the most high and feel his essence. Destructions of the world have to be absent. We have to remember the fourth commandment until thy kingdom come. Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. I'm duty free from my responsibility for servitude, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's what the Father said we're supposed to do. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by the words that proceeded by him that sit up on the highest throne. From the heaven to the earth, angel and man abstain from work, just as it was from in the first. Why should I divert? Even lovers take vacation, traveling and spending time one-on-one. It's a way of strengthening their union. We should do the same thing with the Almighty One. Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy it is the only day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Shabbat Shalom, a song for days of resting inside your home.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we are like the sucklings and the breast.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, lidlik ner shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, lidlik ner shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and don't bother go on like you're poorly. And you, Mrs. Holy, I'm on a chat to not if you're a chat to you. You better listen what I'm on a say. You better remember the Sabbath day. Man, me say you better keep it holy. Me say if you go feed the book, make me take a look. Go feed the book, make me take a look. Me say remember the 7th day. Man, me say you must keep it holy. Hear what I say. Rastafari, I give thanks and praise. For in 6 days just seated and rest upon himself. Yeah, and make the 7th day an holy day. So why shall not man do the right thing? I would say, remember the 7th day. Man, I say to keep it holy. You miss a cool it. Oh, yeah. Why John Tom say never they'll keep it holy? Because the man never show him that in the Bible. Go let me show you something. Remember the 7th day. Come let me tell yourself, remember the 7th day. Man, you better keep it holy. Just make 6 days and just take 6 days and make the earth and the world and make man a certain amount of time this man can know themselves. You better keep it holy. Come here, Mr. Cooley. Keep it holy. Come here, Mr. Cooley. Now go like you're poorly. No, you I love and not another. You may change, but I never. Just keep it holy. Yeah. For man shall not live by bread alone, but by the word of speaking of the mouth of Rastafari, the Almighty, I with his dread upon his head. Rastafari, the Almighty, I to keep it holy. Come on at the dread, for we keep it holy. Come on at the dread, the right for the dread and the left for the ball, the right for the dread, a man and then the left for the ball. Why the ball won't speak the truth and speak never? Cause it's what it will, I don't know. Man, me say to keep it holy. Sister, come on down and make we keep it holy. John, I say you shall do the thing that Rastafari do in this time until that time. Yeah, come on down and tell me. Remember the seventh day. Come Mr. Cool if you keep it holy. Come and make we share up the golden book. Man, you better take a look at the Almighty work since times gone by. Only for man used to feel it, but the Almighty could stand until it's hour. Make we keep it holy. Come here, brother, cool it. Keep it holy. My brother, cool it. Keep it holy. Ja, 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 Rastafari. Ja, 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 Natifari. I and I and I and I and I.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. This is Yadin. That right there, Prince Hammer. Right there for the Sabbath day. Here, kindle the fire. Ross Moses. Oh.
No retreat and no surrender. Giving up, to fill up my cup, and my blessings are running over like rivers of water, like lightning and thunder. Chanted again. I'm not giving in and I'm not giving up, to fill up my cup, and my blessings are running over like rivers of water, like lightning and thunder. Kindle the fire, make it burn. Wake 'em up and shake 'em up and make them learn. My people have been manipulated with propaganda and false media, brainwashed the core. One perfect love will open the door of perception. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. My Father's vexed with his all displeasure. The weak hearts are trying to crucify I and I with a cognitive dissonance, but they did not know that I flex with my Father's radiance and his magnificence. I sit up in my heavens and meditate and cultivate clairvoyance. We're coming into a harmonic convergence to shake 'em up and wake 'em up like earthquake and hurricane. Oh Lord, have mercy upon my mortal soul. Abuse I with love and light and knowledge and oversight, and do that will on earth as it is in Mount Sinai. Separate the wise from the fools, from the sheep from the lions. Separate the fire from the flames. The world is an illusion, the earth is a fullness thereof, and all that I dwell there within. Be wise as a serpent and peaceful like a dove. Nothing more powerful than love. I'm not giving in and I'm not giving up, to fill up my cup and my blessings are running over like rivers of water, like lightning and thunder. Chanting again. I'm not giving in and I'm not giving up, to fill up my cup and my blessings are running over like rivers of water, like lightning and thunder. Must rock. Rise up to Christ consciousness, you the Buddha. I know that I am. I brought you up onto the holy mountaintop, solar flare, and the moon was blotted out in the blood fire red, and the birds were falling from the sky. Rumors of war. All families separated, they tried to divide and rule, but I'm enrolled in Jerusalem school. I'm not giving in and I'm not giving up, to fill up my cup and my blessings are running over like rivers of water, like lightning and thunder chanted again. I'm not giving in and I'm not giving up. Jah fill up my cup and my blessings are running over, like rivers of water, like lightning and thunder. Oh, what a woe! Babylon, brother against brother, sister against sister, mother against son. I will fear no evil. The devil comes against the anointed ones. Do you imagine a vain thing? Falsely just a counsel against I and I. I fear no evil. But I'm riding on the wavelengths of 432 hertz frequency. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. Highly blessed. Finger in the fire, make it burn. Oh, shake 'em up and wake 'em up and make 'em learn. I'm not giving in and I'm not giving up. The fill of my cup and my blessings are running over.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. So 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast.
Shabbat Shalom, Sendet Salam, Sendet Salam, Sendet Salam, Sendet Salam,
Lion of Judah Society.
drum, ringing out, come out about your people, come. Some dep on the Indian reservation, some will go on to repatriation, some will claim the land of Canaan, and of the slave driver them be a possession. Oh, set the flame and let them go. The flame, set 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 the flame. Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame, the angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame, the angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, set the flame, 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 set the flame. Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Amen.
Yes, sir. 우리 파티가
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God, 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 God.
Adonai Elohenu,
Is one Lord, 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 Lord.
Adonai Echad, 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 Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my 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 gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them, and then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, 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 upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember, and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
God is watching you.
Lion of Judah Society.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Umeborak, Shabbat Shalom. Peaceful Sabbath and the blessed one, Shabbat Shalom, Umeborak. Shalom Aleichem, Malakeh Hasharet, Malakeh Elyon, Mi Malek Malakeh HaMalakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Gonna rise up to chant right here, here, here. Peace be to you, O ministering angels, messengers of the Most High, of the Supreme Sovereign of Sovereign, the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, Hakadosh Baruch Hu.
Thank Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari.
Friday. Yay, 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 yay.
Here, let's rise up to chant right here, the Shalom Aleichem chant. Oh.
לך דודי, לקראתי קלה, בני שבתי נקבלה. לך דודי, לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. Come, my friend, my lover.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land, in the promised land.
Yes. All right. Yes, that right there was the wrong track. Apologies right there. They're there, brothers and sisters. Shema. Here. Yes. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. The Shema Yisrael here, or Israel, there in the Hebrew. Queen Makeda right there, and Brother Melchizedek chanted Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, but the full of the Shema, the Hear, O Israel, from verse 4 to verse 9. So right here, once again, the Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. Oh.
Shalom Aleichem, Malake HaShareta, Malake Elyon, Mi Malek Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Peace be upon you all, ministering angels, messengers of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, the Isla One. Blessed be He. Boakem le Shalom Malake Ha Shalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke Ha Melakim, Ha Kadosh, Baruch Hu. Come in peace, messengers of peace. Come in shalom, messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy Isla One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Baruch Hu ni, le shalom, malake ha shalom, malake Elyon, mi malek malke ha melakim ha kadosh, Baruch Hu. Bless me, bless I with shalom. Messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Isla, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Tzedkem, tza'atkem le shalom, malake ha shalom, malake Elyon. Mi malek malke ha melakim, ha kadosh, Baruch Hu. May your departure, your exodus, your coming out be in shalom, peace. Messengers of shalom, peace. Messengers of Elyon, the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Baruch Hu. Blessed be He who be who He be. Shalom Aleichem.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land.
And here, the Berkat Kohanim, here the priestly blessing that's found in Numbers chapter 6, verses 22 to 27. Before we pick up and begin right here, the Kabbalat Shabbat, welcoming the Sabbath, the Kabbalat, the welcoming of, the receiving of, the Kabbalat Shabbat, right here, Sabbath Eve, right here. Shabbat Shalom, Umeborak. So here, Berkat, blessing of the Kohanim, the priest, the priestly blessing, Berkat HaKohanim. There's three parts to the priestly blessing. The blessing of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right here. First part, Ye Barekeka Yahweh, We Yishmereka. May He bless you. May Yahweh bless you. Ye Barekeka Yahweh, We and Yishmereka. We Yishmereka. And may He keep you, may He guard you, may He hedge about you. Ye Barekeka Yahweh, We Yishmereka. The response to Baraka, if there's a blessing, there should be a response to a blessing. Like if someone will give you a gift, you should receive. So as a word of reception of the first part of the Berkat HaKohanim, Cain, Yehi Ratzon, Cain, yes, affirmative, correct, Cain, Yehi, let it be Ratzon, let it be favorable, let it be pleasing, let it be acceptable. Cain, Yehi Ratzon. In other words, that's to bring out the sense of may it be Yahweh's will. Cain, Yehi Ratzon. First part, Yivarekeka, Yahweh, Yishmereka. Response, Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Second part of the priestly blessing from Numbers chapter 6. Yair, Yahweh Panayo Eleka, Wiyachoneka. Yair, may He shine, may He illuminate. Yair, Yahweh, may He who be, Yahweh, may He shine, may he illuminate Panayo, his face. Yahuwah, here, Yair Yahuwah Panayo Leka, may Yahuwah shine his face, his presence, his perception, Aleka, to the eye, upon the eye, to thee. Yair Yahuwah Panayo Leka, with and Yechuneka, we Yechuneka, and may he show Hanan Chuneka, may he show grace, favor to you. Yair Yahuwah Panayo Leka, we Yechuneka. Responsa, Cain, Yehi Ratzon, may it be Yahweh's will. Cain, yes, Yehi Ratzon, may it be acceptable, may it be favorable. Third part of the priestly blessing right here. Yisa Yahuwah Panayo Leka, with Yasem Leka Shalom. Yisa Yahuwah, may he who be Yisa, may he lift up. Yisa, let him lift up, may he lift up, may Yahuwah lift up. Yisa Yahuwah Panayo, may he lift up, may Yahuwah lift up his face. Eleika, to the eye. With Yasem, and may he set. Yasem, with Yasem, may he set Leka, to the eye. Shalom, may he set upon the eye, place upon the eye the sense of grant, but set for the eye. Shalom, peace, well-being. Responsa, Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Yes, may it be his will, may it be favorable, may it be acceptable. So right here, full of full right here, including the appropriate responsa or reception, right, of the Barakat HaKohanim. Yebarekeka, Yahuwah, V'yishmereka. Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Yair Yahuwah Panayo Leka, V'yechuneka. Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Yisa Yahuwah Panayo Leka, V'yasem Leka Shalom. Cain, Yehi Ratzon.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land, in the promised land, in the promised land.
All right, so right here, the Psalms 95 to Psalm 99, for what we know as the Kabbalat, the welcoming, the receiving, the reception of the Shabbat. So right here, Psalms 95 to Psalm 99, plus Psalm 29 for the Kabbalat, welcoming, receiving of Shabbat, the receiving of Shabbat. Evening and morning, one day, here, the eve of the Shabbat, Kabbalat Shabbat, Psalm 95.
Psalm 95.
מזמור צדיהם.
Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord, the Lord, the Lord.
לכו נרננה לאדוני, על אדוני, על אדוני, על אדוני.
Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation, salvation, salvation.
נריע לצור ישענו, 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 ישענו.
Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, thanksgiving, thanksgiving.
נקדמה פניו בתודה, בתודה, בתודה.
And make a joyful noise unto him with psalm, with psalm, with psalm.
בזמירות נריע לו, נריע לו, נריע לו, נריע לו.
For the Lord is a great God, great God, great God, great God.
כי אל גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני.
And a great king above all God, above all God, above all God.
הוא מלך גדול על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים.
Above all God, above all God, above all God, above all. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest, 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 my rest. Psalm 96.
מזמור צדק ו'.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, 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 day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, 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 כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people, 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 people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, נפלאותיו, נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, but is great, but is great, but is great, but is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, 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 great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people, give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth, 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 his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צדז.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, be glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, 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 רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, 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 סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון כסאו, 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 כסאו.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, 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 תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, his round about, his round about, his round about, his round about.
ותלהט סביב צריו, 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 צריו.
His lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light.
העירו ורקב תבל, 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 תבל.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, 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 of his holiness. Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, 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 עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, 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 קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world, and the people with equity, 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 with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט', צד ט', צד ט', צד.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble. He sitteth between the cherubims. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, 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 for it is holy. The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy.
Kadosh, 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 Kadosh.
Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies, and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God, and worship at his holy hill. For the Lord our God is holy, 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 holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, 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 thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, 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 הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty, full of.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Lechadodi, Likrati Kala, Bene Shabbati Nikabela. Likadodi, Likrata Kala, Bene Shabbata Nikabela. Come, my friend, my lover, to meet the bride, to welcome HaShabbat, referred to as the bride. Likadodi, Likrati Kala, Bene Shabbati Nikabela. I and I will welcome HaShabbat, welcome the Sabbath. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Make I and I welcome the presence of the Sabbath. Likadodi, Likrati Kala, Bene Shabbati and Nikabela. Shamor Zakora Bidibur Echad. Hishmi'anu Elhama Yuchad. Yeh Echad Ushmo Echad. Yahweh Echad Ushmo Echad. Adonai Echad Ushmo Echad. Observe and remember the Sabbath day. The only true good, true God cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. Shamor Zakor Bidibur Echad. Observe and remember. Shamor, observe Zakor and remember the Sabbath day. Bidibur Echad. Bidibur Echad. Guard and remember in a single utterance. Make I and I hear the special kind. Hishmi'anu Elham Yuchad. Hishmi'anu. The only true good, true God, cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. We have here in the Seder, in the Siddur, Yihya, for Chaja in the Seder. Chaja Echad, Ushmo Echad. Chaja is one, is the one. His name is one. L'Shemo Ula Tifa Ereta Litahila, to his renown and his glory and his praise. Likadodi, Likrati Kala, Bene Shabbati Nikabela. Shamor Zakor Bidibur Echad. Hishmi'anu Elham Yuchad. Ya, Chaja Echad. Adonai Echad Ushmo Echad L'Shem Ulatifa Ereta Litahila. Likadodi, Likrati Kala, Bene Shabbati Nikabela. Likrat Shabbat Eliku We Nelaka Hiya Mekor Habraka Meya Rosh Mik Adam Nitsuka Sofa Ma'ise De Macheshava Tehila. Come, make I and I go to meet the Sabbath, for it is a wellspring of baraka, of blessing. Likrata Shabbata Lekua we Nelka Kia Hia Mikora Habraka. From the beginning, From of old it was ordained. Me rosh mikadam ne sukkah. Last in production, first in thought. Sofa ma'ise bi machshava tchila. Lekadodi likrati kala b'nei shapati nikabala kabala 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 kabala
Rastafari is the mighty, the mighty. Rastafari is the mighty, Rastafari is the mighty. Rastafari is the mighty. Ever living, ever faithful. Ever living, ever sure. Ever sure. Ever sure. Ever living, ever faithful. Ever sure. Yeah, he's the only king of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. Yeah, he's the only king of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. Yeah, he's the only king of the Sabbath, and the Sabbath is our only future. Hey yo, hey yo.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Ana b'koach gedulata yamineka tatira serura. O Lord, we beseech thee to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'ameka sagrenu atahirenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I and I, O thou who art tremendous. Na gibor dorsheya yehudeka kavavata shamrein. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as the apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema tahirema rachemea slidkateka tamida gamleim. Bless and purify them, and continually requite them according to thy merciful righteousness. Chasina kadosha barova tuveka nachela edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yachida ge'eh li'ameka b'nei zochrei kedushateka. Thou who art God alone and most excellent, regard thy people and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kabel ushmas aikatenu yodea ta'elumot. Accept our prayers and hearken to our I and I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever, for ever and ever.
Yes. Ana bekoach. Next style right here. Shema. We beg you. Ana bekoach. We beg you with your strength. Here.
Ana b'koach gedulata yeminika tatira serura. O Lord, we beseech thee to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'amika sagarenu tahirenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I and I, O thou who art tremendous. Na givor dorsheya Yehudeka Gavavata Shamrei. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as an apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema tahrema rachmeya sidkateka tamida gamle. Bless and purify them, and continually requite them according to thy merciful, righteous. Chasina kadosha barova tubeka nachela edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yahida ge'eh li'ameka b'nei zochre kedushateka. Thou who art God alone and most excellent, regard thy people and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kabel ushmaz aekatenu yodek ta'elmot. Accept our prayers and hearken to our I and I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom, forever, forever, and ever.
Whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the supreme being, Rastafari, the anointed one. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the supreme being, Rastafari, the anointed one. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Don't you worry of people's politics. Don't you worry of the preacher man's liars. For you and me, we are imperfect. Jah alone is the one I salute. Him alone is the one you should serve. Him alone is the one you should praise. Him alone, defender of the faith. Him alone stands for the truth. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers Brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up. Trust in the Father. For the Father, He's the provider. I know sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up. Trust in the Father. For the Father, He's the provider. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away.
Here, the seal of the Kabbalah Shabbat. Here we have the Sabbath Psalm, Psalm 92. Shabbat Shalom.
Psalm 92.
מזמור צדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השלום.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני, 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 לאדוני.
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך, 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 לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך העליון, העליון, העליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, in the morning, in the morning, in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך, 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 חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, every night, every night, every night.
ואמונתך בלילות, בלילות, בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, unrighteousness, no 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 unrighteousness.
Yes. Apologies right there. Mic was off. So we chant Psalm 92, Psalm for the Shabbat day, Psalm 92, on the Friday, what they call Friday Eve, the eve of the Shabbat, and then we seal up with the Friday evening psalm, which is Psalm 93. Shema Yisrael, hear, Psalm 93. Oh,
מזמור צדק ג' אדוני מלאך גאות לבש אדוני עוז התעזר אף תיכון תבל בל תימות נכון כסאך מאז מעולם אתה נעשו נהרות אדוני נעשו נהרות קולם יישאו נהרות דוחיים מקולות מים רבים אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever,
Perfect storm, that's the one that bring a perfect storm. Perfect storm, I bring a perfect storm.
መዝሙር 92 በቅንፍ 93 በሰንበት ቀን የምስጋና መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ነገሰ ክብርንም ለበሰ። እግዚአብሔር ኃይልን ለበሰ ታጠቀም። ዓለምን እንዳትናወጥ አጸና። ዙፋንህ ከጥንት ጀምሮ የተዘጋጀ ነው፣ አንተም ከዘላለም ነህ። አቤቱ ወንዞች ከፍ ከፍ አደረጉ፣ ወንዞች ቃሎቻቸውን ከፍ ከፍ አደረጉ። ከብዙ ውሆች ድምፅ ከባህርም ታላቅ ሞገድ ይልቅ እግዚአብሔር በከፍታው ድንቅ ነው። ምስክርህ እጅግ የታመነ ነው። አቤቱ እስከ ረጅም ዘመን ድረስ ለቤትህ ቅድስና ይገባል።
מזמור צדק ג' אדוני מלאך גאות לבש אדוני עוז התעזר אף תיכון תבל בל תימות נכון כסאך מאז מעולם אתה נעשו נהרות אדוני נעשו נהרות קולם יישאו נהרות דוחיים מקולות מים רבים אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever.
Sabbath peace, y'all. Sabbath peace. Bashem Yeshua. Here. Army Gideon featuring Ras on beSmntenyawm. Sabbath peace.
Rastafari on the sultry, playing on the 10 string, showing love and kindness until the night. The brutish man would never know, neither does the fool overstand his soul. Cause Jah has made us triumph by the workings of our hands. Work and deep thought gives us purpose and a plan. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom, a song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom, a song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. See when the wicked grow like the grass, workers of the iniquity hate your righteous path. Rastafari scatter them like sand amidst the shore. Enemies perish cause there's a life forevermore. But my heart shall raise up like the horn of Africa. See, I will be anointed with fresh oil, with fresh oil. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom, a song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. And still, Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom, a song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Love me down, cause this at the time people get caught in a dissonant mind. Listen behind, Babylon come with a different design, and still it's all the same. Better relax, sit and recline. His Majesty said unity and only Jah know. See enough of them are the sick and the blind. You consider divine. In a place which get them all, we call we high and I go show. You find your peace in a life. Your face look different this time. You find position and prayer, balance with spiritual light. Rasta are Israelite, where Babylon feel like trying to cut the branch. Please let it grow. The root of David, he could only be so. Got to take it easy, please take it slow. That's why I say, Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom, a song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Sembet Selam, oh Shabbat Shalom, a song for the days of rest, yeah,
Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Yeah.
Lion
Yep.
of Judah
Oh.
Society.
Here. Here, sabbatical order. So here for this Sabbath, 26 sabbatical study, this Torah portion, Shemini. So here's the Torah portion right after coming out of the holy day, the first of the holy days, the season, the first time of the 3 times, the first 3 of the appointments, namely Passover, Pesach, the feast, the Chag HaMatzot, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, corresponding, of course, to Passion Week, and the Bikurim, first fruits, corresponding to the resurrection, cult of Elohim, high priest, after the order of Melchizedek. So here, it's interesting right here as we come out of the holy season, we went into it with the ordination of the priests. For those disciples, fellow disciples in the studies, you know what we're speaking about from the 25th sabbatical study, Tzal, also known as Tzav, command, where Aaron, Aharon, and his sons, the priests, were appointed a 7-day ordination, consecration, and that corresponded with the time we went into the Pesach, Passover time in the season, in the first of the moons, the month of Abib, also known as Nisan. But here we have Shemini. Now, Shemini means on the 8th, to say like the 8th day. So it was on the 8th day. So we have the 7 days of ordination, Torah portion reading and feeding of Ha-Kohanim, of the priests, Aharon, Aaron, Ubanayo, and his sons, his 4 sons. Let's just mention that 4 sons. We have Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Yitamar. So we have Nadab, Abihu, Eliza, Eleazar, Old Testament Lazarus, and then we have Itamar. But here we come to the 8th. So they went through the 7 days consecration, and then here for this Torah reading and feeding, we're at Shemini, the 8th day. It's interesting because how many days are in a week? How many days in a week of Shavuot? It's 7 days, right? So if we say, well, it began on the first day, we have the first day that the Gentiles call Sunday. The 7th day would bring it to what? To the Shabbat day, and the 8th day would be the first day. But what happened on that first day that the Gentiles call Sunday? That was the resurrection, right? He is risen, the resurrection. And that also corresponds with the day that the Israelites and the Judahites would bring forward the sheaf of wheat, right? The sheaf, the first of the crops that are growing, mainly the wheat crops. Because Abib, the name of the month, the first of the moons, have it in the Torah, Abib, refers to the barley, right? The barley. So the barley, it grows faster in that region than the wheat. The wheat takes a little more weeks, several more weeks. But here, from the count of the resurrection, we're commanded in the Torah to count 7 Shabbats complete. So here we're coming to the fulfillment of the first of the 7 Shabbats from the first day, from the resurrection day, right here. And we're commanded to count 7 Shabbats complete. So 7 times 7, counting a Shabbat. Another way of saying to count a Shabbat, 7 Sabbaths, is to count 7 weeks. That's why this brings us to the 4th, right, of the 7 appointments, and to the 2nd of the 3 times. So when we study the Torah, we see in the Torah, it explains sometimes the same thing in a different way, right? But as we study it, we recognize chant. That's the same thing. The 7 feasts, the 7 appointments, the Moedim, right? They occur in 3 seasons, right? So with the first, Pesach, Passover, right? We have Passover, unleavened bread, the 7 days of unleavened bread, and the first fruits, right? Now, Moshiach, Yeshua, right, according to the gospel, said to have fulfilled the shadows, the Old Testament shadows and types. So we see a definite link and definite witness within the Gospels and also in the Torah, right? The Pesach, Passover, right? The true Lamb, the Seh Ha-Elohim, the Lamb of God. And then we have the days of unleavened bread, right? The bread of affliction equals Passion Week, the Passion Week. If we suffer with him, we will reign with him. And then we have right there, we have the morrow after the Shabbat. So the morrow after the Shabbat, if the Shabbat is the seventh day, then the morrow after the Shabbat, we could say tabernacally speaking, just using this phrase, tabernacally speaking, that would be the eighth day, right? So we're seeking to make a couple of links here, both with the reason for the season, with the Passover in this season, right? And also the Torah reading and feeding in this season. It's just interesting. 7 days of unleavened bread. We had concluded with the reading of the priests, Aaron and his sons, being consecrated and ordinated for 7 days, right? Bringing us into Passover, the 7 days, right, of the unleavened bread. And in the new covenant, the 7 days of the unleavened bread, they correspond with the days of affliction and also with Passion Week, the passion of Moshiach, as we are called to, if we suffer with him, right, then we will reign with him, right? So we're making those links there. And then after the 7, of course, brings us to the 8th. Bamarinya here, beSmntenyawm, Semintenya in the Amharic, corresponding to the Shemini. Shemini, Semintenya, right? The Semntenyawm on the eighth day. So here we pick up after the high holidays with the 26th sabbatical study. But it's just interesting here in the season, looking at the 25th, some of the main themes right there. And then it doesn't stop there, because here in this Torah reading and feeding, well, let's go over it right here for the Shabbat, the first of the 3 readings, right? From the 3 parts of the scripture, we have the Torah reading. So in the Torah here, we're in the 3rd book of Moshe, Hebrew book that's called Leviticus, right? Or the Sefer Vayikra, Sefer Vayikra, and he called. But the English Leviticus chapter 9, focus verses, verse 1 to chapter 11, verse 47. Yeah, I see 9:11 in that. But anyway, right? The first reading, the 7 readings right here. The first reading, Leviticus chapter 9, verses 1 to 16, right? Then we have the second reading, third reading. These are the different readings. Traditionally, when ones and ones come together on the Shabbat day, there are these 7 readings for the Shabbat day. But now what we seek to do, even in the Shavua, sabbatically in the studies as disciples, is to read and study an aliyah or a reading a day. So here, this kind of brings us right here to the 6th, of course, for the eve of the Shabbat, right? If we have time, we'll touch on it. Leviticus chapter 11. So here at the LOJS, we link it here for the Wikipedia, because besides the icons and, some of their pictures, which we can, kind of do without, as it were, but the content, the content, the word, is very instructive for us in our studies. Iron sharpen iron. So here, the 6th reading, basically in Leviticus, here for this Torah reading and feeding, for Parashat, the portion of the Torah reading of Shemini, we have Yahweh instructing Moses and Aaron, Aharon, in the dietary, what's called the dietary laws of kashrut. Kashrut. What is kashrut? So here, just to zoom in right here, kashrut, right? Is kashrut in the scripture? Is kashrut Hebrew? Right? These are the questions that disciples have, right? We're studying to show ourselves approved. So here, kashrut, right? We'll get into that as well. And then, of course, on the 7th reading, right, we have Yahweh instructing Moshe and Aharon in the several Torot, the several direction instructions of purity, right? Saying this key thing right here. Y'all shall be holy, for I am holy. Right? Y'all shall be holy, for I am holy. On the Hebrew sense, y'all, speaking to us, shall be kedoshim. Kedoshim, right? Kiani kadosh, for I am kadosh. So because Yahuwah Eloheinu, our Elohim, creator, almighty power, because he who be, Hakadosh, Hakadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, the Holy One, blessed be the name, because he is Kadosh. So when we say Hakadosh, right, this is acknowledge what he has, right, revealed to us that he is Kadosh. He is holy. He is set apart, Kadosh. So we are called, and the Israelites right here, called to be Kadosh. Why? Because he who be is kadosh, but we as a collective, kedoshim, chabarim, kedoshim. So here, the holiness set apartness law is right here. Now, I'm going to touch on this a little bit more here, but just for the Shabbat Eve, as we are, preparing for, the evening, the evening here going into the night. What says evening and morning is one day. Right, so as we were teaching on this before, that unlike the Gentiles in the West, right, the new day begins at evening, with the evening, not at midnight. What occurred at midnight? At midnight, Yahuwah struck the firstborn of Mitzrayim and Paro, Pharaoh, and the great house of ancient Egypt. They rushed the Israelites to get out, get out, get out. There was a great cry at midnight. You know what I mean? But for the Gentiles, since they seek to change times and laws, as we have in the scriptures, they shall seek to what? Change times and laws. Just very important for us to understand that. But right here, we are basically in the evening part, right, of the day that's coming in, right? So the evening, as it says, evening and morning is one day. So when does the day begin? According to the scripture, if evening and morning. See, we're taught that, well, actually, it is the day and the night in some crazy sense, but at midnight, when not everybody, but many people may be resting to get up early in the morning for work or other occupation or school or whatnot, then the day changes at midnight. What kind of time is that? Right? That's the Gentile time. That's the changed times and laws. And notice the scripture says they shall seek to change times and laws. We would think, just from a natural, earthly, worldly way of thinking, one might think they'll seek to change laws first and then times. No, they seek to change times first and laws. But with that being that right there, just an overview here. So we have the Leviticus, reading chapter 9 to chapter 11. Then the second of the Trinity of the three readings right here, we have the prophets reading. That's referred to Hebraically as the Haftarah, like the Haftarah reading. Usually the prophets reading reflects, right, some of the principles that we have and subject matters that we have in our basic Torah reading, except for high holy days or holidays where the Haftarah would reflect the reason for the season from scripture. Yes? So here the prophets reading, we have 2 Shemuel, 2 Samuel, Shemuel. Remember Samuel the priest? Shemuel. His name, Shemu, right? Shemu means his name, El, right? God, the Almighty is his name. So in 2 Shemuel and 2 Samuel, chapter 6, verse 1 to chapter 7, verse 17, right? Then for us in Moshiach, right? Not like the others who call themselves Yehudi, right? But oppose Moshiach, Yeshua, right? We read and have faith and seek to walk in the way, the truth, and the life, right, of the King of Kings Christ. So therefore, we read the Brit Chadash. Other Yehudis, some things are changing. People are waking up, right? But here, the third of the readings here, New Covenant readings, we have the Epistle to the Hebrews. Epistle to the Hebrews, chapter 8, focus verses 1 to 6. But of course, in the gathering, sometimes, get to verse 6 and you say, let's just go fulfill the whole read right there. So now the Torah portion outline here, right? Just to give a quick overview, a basic overview right here. Basic. Leviticus chapter 9, we have Aaron's, right? Aaron's priesthood. They have inaugurated, you know how we talk about some words. I personally I don't really check for inaugurate. We'll probably update this right here, but we'll say initiate, right? Because inaugurates, if you study like auguries was what like some of the other people did, was part of like the divination of other nations. They would cut a bird open or animal, and they would look into intestines, and if it looked healthy, then they would give somebody like a good reading and all of that. So basically, that's why we don't really check for the word auguries. Look it up, auguries, right? More better, right? Aaron's priesthood was initiated, it was consecrated to get started, right? His priesthood. Here's what we have in the New Testament, what they refer to as the Aaronic. Isn't that ironic? The Aaronic priesthood, right? And the comparison of the priesthood of Aaron, who, according to the scriptures, is the first Mashiach, right, named in the scripture, right, especially here in the covenant from Sinai. Right now, we know that the first priest that we have in the scripture is Melchizedek, and there's nothing to doubt that he, right, was anointed. But speaking of the Israelites here, in the direction instructions giving to call Yisrael when Israel became a nation, after the Exodus and when they came into the covenant, right, at Har Sinai. Now, also recognize that there were covenants even from before. We need to go through a covenantal study. But here we have the covenant, right, at Sinai, was often referred to as, some say, Moses' law, right? Though it wasn't Moses' law, but Moses was the mediator. The people asked for it, right? As we have the mediator of the new covenant, right? Being the man Yeshua HaMoshiach. We have the mediator of the old covenant, being the Ish, right? Ha-Elohim, the man of the Elohim, Moshe. So here we have Aaron's priesthood being started, being initiated. Second item in Leviticus chapter 10 is Nadab and Abihu. Now, this Shabua pass, we, sort to kind of touch on that, speaking about principles of sacrifice and like transmutation. Transmutation, for example, how it's very interesting if you can receive it, the basic spirituality of the principle of the burnt offering, right? The basic principle and the spiritual aspect, seeing how that which is being burnt, right, is being transformed from one state of matter and energy into another state of matter. So from the physical, the phi cycle, the physical substance, say, of the animal that was to be burnt, right? Once it's burnt, what's left is the ashes. And also the smoke, the principle of the Aishans and making it smoke and the Aishans. There's these basic principles, but of course the key element, right? The key element, all in all, is the fire. And here we read about Nadab and Abihu. Now this is what's interesting here in the season. Usually these Torah portions align with Pesach, Passover. But the way it aligns in this season is just so beautiful, because we just went through the consecration of Aaron, remember, and his sons from the previous Torah portion. They were to remain, in the holy place for 7 days. Then we go into the high holy day with Pesach and have the 7 days of unleavened bread, right? The Passion Week of the New Covenant, right? And then we come into this Torah portion that's known as Shemini, speaking of on the 8th day, right? And Nadab and Abihu, we'll say, well, what's the connection with Nadab and Abihu, right? Behold the cross, even of the camp, right? Well, Nadab and Abihu, they remind me of the two thieves. You remember the two thieves? The two thieves that were crucified, right, by the sides of Moshiach. So Moshiach on the tree of his cross, and these two thieves. Right, these two thieves, Nadab and Abihu, right, why do we say, why do we liken them with two thieves? Well, first of all, because there's a lot of correspondence in the consecration of the priests, the 7 days, right? And then here in the season with the unleavened bread and the passion of Moshiach, right? And that resurrection of Moshiach on the same day that the Israelites would bring forward the first fruit. That's why it says that he is the first fruit of those that are risen, right? And he also is Moshiach, as Aaron was Moshiach. I mean, this is so clear when you read the New Testament, read Peter, right? And even Paul speaking about how Moshiach is the first fruits, right? And how he fulfills. What does he fulfill? Well, the type according to the high holy days and what was done that one time for all time. But now we have Nadab and Abihu, right? They get burnt, right? They get burned to death, you could say, basically, right? Because they went to offer strange fire, right? Strange fire. Now remember, these are two anointed ones. Remember Nadab and Abihu, along with Aaron, right, and his other sons. They spent the 7 days, right, in the holy place, getting consecrated, right? And then here, even in this Torah reading and feeding, things are going on. The first worship service is happening. The first worship service, according to Torah, with the priests and everything in order, the tabernacle, pitch, everything being built and in its proper place, being anointed. Everything is going so well, right? You can imagine Aaron's wife, Elisheba. She must have been so proud. Elisheba. Her husband is high priest, right? Her sons are also priests, right? And they are the only anointed ones, according to Torah, or the only, for the New Testament's sake, Christians. If Christ equals Messiah, anointed one, therefore Christians will mean anointed ones. Therefore Aaron and his sons were the only anointed ones in the camp. But what happened? They had to be carried off of the field, so to speak, because they acted presumptuously, right? Then we get here Leviticus 11:1, the clean and the unclean foods, right? The clean and the unclean foods. And in Leviticus chapter 11, around verse 24, the unclean animals. All right. So here, going to the prophets reading in Samuel, right? 2 Samuel, just a general overview from the prophets reading right here. We have 2 Samuel chapter 6. David Hamelech, David the king, David Hamelech, he brings Aaron. Aaron is the ark, and Aharon is the man. But here he brings Aaron to Jerusalem. He brings the ark to Zion, right? David brings the ark, even the ark of the covenant, to Zion. See the connection even with the Torah reading and feeding? Yeah. And in chapter 7, Yahweh's covenant, right? Yahweh's covenant with David, right? The covenant that he made with David, the covenant, right? We say the Davidic covenant, right? But this covenant concerns Moshiach. Take note. This concerns Messiah, right? So here, let's just touch on this right here, just getting an overview for the Sabbath day coming forward, just to help us all prepare, So the Hebrew of the book is known as Vayikra, or Wayikra, right? In ancient pointing, modern pointing, Vayikra, Va and Yikra, and he called, right? So here we have Shemini. Shemini is the 26th reading from the Torah, and it's the third reading from the book of Leviticus. So here we have the 26th reading overall in the sabbatical studies, but the third reading from the third book. 3:3, the third reading from the third book, known as Shemini. The word Shemini, what does it mean, Chabarim? Shemini, it means eighth. Shemini, eighth. And it comes from the first words of Leviticus chapter 9, verse 1, that says, "Now it came about on the 8th day that Moshe, called Aharon, Ubanayu, and the elders of Ziknei Yisrael." and the elders of Israel, the Ziknei Yisrael. Now the text, Torah text, it goes on to describe the events of the 8th day after setting up the tabernacle. So we're talking about the tabernacle and Moshiach in the tabernacle. It's important to know that from the beginning of the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, right, when after the tabernacle was completed at the end of Exodus, right, and then the cloud abode, the cloud that was on the mountain now abode over the tabernacle, and his glory filled it, right, and there was either so much smoke or his glory, right, that none could enter in, not even Moshe, right, and Yahweh called out, he shouted out more or less to Moses, he called out to him from the tabernacle. Remember, the tabernacle was to be the place that Yahweh would dwell amongst the Bnei Yisrael. Right? So now we see where the cloud, the Anan, the cloud that was on the mount, now rests on the tabernacle, the constructed tabernacle. And his glory now fills up the tabernacle. But note this, none can enter in. Now, what's also interesting about the events here with the tabernacle construction and what's going on here in the text is this is 1 year later, right? This is 1 year later, right? This is 1 year later, 1 year after the Exodus in the second year, right? And this is also in our reading here in Leviticus. This also takes place at the Passover time. Remember when they came out, so here this is 1 week later, basically. You know what I mean? 1 week later, right? So they were in the tabernacle being consecrated, being initiated, as it were, right, for the 7 days. And now here we come to the 8th day. So usually when we have this idea of the 8th day, it usually points to the first day of the Shavuot. All right. So symbolically, the 8th day, right, would point to the first day of the Shavuot that the Gentiles call Sunday. All right. Now, for us, no, there's no Sunday worship because we do not call the first day Sunday. Right. We don't, you know what I mean? The first day is the first day. But there is offering and there is that which is commanded to be done on the morrow after the Sabbath. Right, and the morrow after Sabbath, this is when we had the offering, right, the offering rather of the first fruit, and then the morrow after Shabbat, this is also the day of Moshiach, right? Moshiach's resurrection was witnessed, right? So this connection here, 8th day, right? First day, the 8th day, right? So right here, we have the 8th day after the setting up of the tabernacle, right? There is a phenomenal worship. Talk about prayer, people talk about praise and prayer and worship. This was a real worship service. We can say prayer, praise, worship, sacrifice, but this worship service that was followed by a tragic incident, right? So we have, it's like, wow, how can we say this right here? Okay, what we have right here is very, very interesting, right? When we really look at it, right? We have both the worship service, right? And then this tragedy that happens. This tragedy that happens to Aaron's 2 sons, right? To 2 of his 4 sons. Now the reading concludes, right here with the biblical, for lack of a better word, we would say liberty laws, right? But most might refer to it as, in the English as diet, right? But we should to live it, not to diet. You know what I mean? But be it as it may. Hold on for a moment. Let's get that off right there. Yeah, hold on for a moment. Sometimes these windows, give me one moment here, just in the background. All right. So here we like to touch on this right here, right? So we have the dietary laws. Oh, all right, hold on. Okay, these windows, give me one moment. You might be hearing something in the background. These windows is opening up. Here we go. Here we go. Stop that. Stop it. Stop it. All right. There we go. Okay. So the dietary laws regarding animals that were fit to eat, right, for consumption and prohibitions regarding those that are unfit. A rhema word is coming. A rhema, when it says the rhema word, it's like a right now word. You know what I mean? Something that that's true, but then you see how it can more properly apply to the situation right now, though it might have been written or said way back then. You see an application, right, for the word right now. There's a rhema word. There's a part that some Christians say, well, you could really eat anything because now all foods, even the unclean foods, are clean, right? And there's a part in the scripture. Give me one moment right here. I'm gonna still talk right here, but let me see if I can bring this up in the back just to show you, because it's something right there that we read, and the small still voice says, "Bring this out if we can." Right? The foods that were fit for consumption. Right? Remember that phrase right there. Foods that were fit. What's that verse? How does that go? It's in the New Testament where it says, created, right? I created to be, let's see right here, created to be eaten. How does King James, right? How does King James says it, right? Foods that were created to be. Okay, here we go. 1 Timothy 4:3, right? 1 Timothy 4:3, right? Here we go, right here. 1 Timothy 4:3. This right here. Let's go into this verse and put it on light, right? For right now. So basically, it says, let's start with chapter 4, verse 1. Now the Spirit, the Ruach, speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, from the emunah, from the hymenot, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, or doctrines of demons, right? Speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. Now, this verse here, right? It says, forbidding these who do these things, deceiving spirits, forbidding to marry, and commanding to abstain from meats, from certain edible, certain foods, right? To abstain from meats or foods which God hath created, or that Elohim hath created, to be received with thanksgiving of them that believe, that have faith, that admit the truth and know the truth, that admit and know the truth. To believe is to admit, to credit, to accept as true, to admit as true, right? To admit and to know the truth, right? Then it says right here in verse 4, and this is what gets one, sometimes confused. They'll say, well, every creature of Elohim good, and nothing to be refused, if it be received with thanksgiving. Now, some take it from these verses, and also I know there's a verse with the table that came down with Shimon Petro, with Simon Peter. Remember Simon Peter when he was when the brothers from Jerusalem was not there, and he was with some of the Gentiles, some of the believers of other nations, he would hang out and so forth and so on. But whenever the brethren came from Jerusalem, he would start to egg them, act like he didn't know them. And Paul says that he rebuked Peter to his face, because that was like hypocrisy. You know what I mean? It's almost like, okay, I'm hanging out with some, as it once would say, white Rastafari or white brethren, right? And it's cool, but when my brethren come from Jamaica, for example, you know what I mean? I don't know them. So what happened? He got rebuked to his face, and then he was having this vision, right? Peter had this vision where a table of all kinds of foods came down, and when it came down, right, it says like, rise up, slay, and eat. And Peter was interpreting that, you know, plate coming down, or like, plate coming down from heaven, all these kind of different unclean, all kind of animals was on it. And when the word said like, rise up, slay and eat, you know what I mean? He started to say, oh, Adoni, Adonai, I have not eaten no unclean thing, so forth and so on. And this kind of like went on. He was thinking about this for a moment, but finally it came to him that, oh, the vision wasn't about eating. It was about calling certain ones like common, right? It was about the people. You know what I mean? Like the Yehudi, the Israelites are like sheep, and other nations sometimes in the prophetical works are described with other animals. You know what I mean? Even some animals that are not clean, right? So it wasn't about actually, eating these unclean food. That was disturbing Peter at first until he had recognized, and it's right there within the scripture. We can get into that, but let's just get into this right here. So here where it says that, notice, forbidding to marry, to abstain from meats or foods that Elohim have created to be received. That's the key right there. Let me highlight the part that's the key in understanding this. Right? That Elohim have created to be received. Right? To receive with thanksgiving, right? Of them that believe or that admit the truth or have the true faith and know the truth, that admit in the truth and that know the truth. And in that context, it's saying that every creature, right, of Elohim is good and nothing to be refused, right? If it be received with thanksgiving. Some interpret this to mean that, well, that means that now we can just eat even the foods that he said to the Israelites were unclean. Well, maybe for other people. I just say maybe, well, for other people. But really, here, what Paul is talking about, he's talking about this Torah portion right here, right? Where it says that there were liars who were actually forbidding ones to marry and were also having ones abstain from certain kind of foods that were kosher. You know what I mean? Isn't it interesting? Right? Because kind of we live in a society where it's like, though many foods are available, clean and unclean foods, it's like sometimes people have I don't know if this is what Paul says right here, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. But it's like, while we have all this food that is available, both the clean and unclean, people have an inclination to the unclean. Is that interesting? It's not like we're in a place really where there's only a little bit of food, like the only animals is a pig. You know what I'm saying? No, there's all kind of stuff, but people have an inclination. That's why this verse is kind of interesting right here, where it says forbidding to marry. Now, you see right, the words and commanding. The words and commanding is not really there, but it's forbidding to marry, right? To abstain from food, right? From foods that Elohim have created to be received with thanksgiving of them that what? That believe or admit the truth and that know the truth, right? And this is what connects here with this Torah portion, reading and feeding. So when I had read this here, the reading concludes with the biblical Levitical. Yeah, that's more correct than dietary, but the biblical Levitical, the biblical Levitical laws regarding, right, animals, right, that are fit for consumption, right? That are fit for consumption. Because the words fit for consumption, it drew to mind, the Holy Spirit brought this to mind. I had to look this up, right? To abstain from meats or foods that Elohim hath created to be received, that he has created, in other words, to be eaten or to be received with thanksgiving of those that admit what is true and also those that know what is true, right? So it's kind of interesting that while they were forbidding, right, ones to eat the proper food, they were encouraging ones to eat the wrong foods, right? Regarding animals fit for consumption, right? And prohibitions regarding those that are unfit, right? So that's a large part of this Torah reading and feeding right here concerning. So a question for us, what do you think? What does y'all think that, well, because we're in the new covenant or because of the new covenant, that therefore all of those foods, are you thinking about that other verse of Messiah, where Messiah was being confronted by some of the other, right, so-called teachers, right, the so-called others that thought themselves to be master teachers and scholars of Torah, the rabbis and the Pharisees and the rest of them, because they saw Yeshua's Talmudim, his disciples, they were eating. You know that part there, right? That they was eating with unwashed hands, right? And they said, why do you violate this tradition that we have? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Right? That part there is that part you want to go to, because that part there is interesting too. Because a lot of people believe that when he says what he says, that means that now we can eat those sort of foods. Right? Okay, let's go here for a moment, right? We're just following in the spirit right here on this. This might be helpful to someone. Right here, right here. Unwashed. Right? Let's go to unwashed. Unwashed, right? Hands. I believe that's in the text. Right? Let's clear that. Okay, unwashed hands. Right? Let's go over here. Unwashed hands. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, see that's that old, that's 1611, that's 17th century English. Unwashing. I looked up unwashed. It's actually unwashing. Yo, bro, that's unwashing. Okay. Okay, let's go over here. Let's go to this verse right here. Let's go to this verse right here. This part here, because some might be thinking of, there's a few areas that people who want to deny, right, that there are clean and unclean foods. I know they say that some things are the new white meat. This is not against those, not to despise even the people who might still be addicted to some of those unclean foods, but it's just to teach the truth, and hopefully one will receive the truth, right, sooner than later. Then came to Yeshua scribes and Pharisees, right? Scribes and Pharisees, right? That were of Jerusalem, saying, why do thy disciples, right? Talmudeka, right? Talmudeka, why do your Talmudim, your Talmids, right? Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition? The what? The tradition of the elders. For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. You remember we was going through Pesach, and in Pesach there's a certain part of the Passover where there's ratzah time, like to wash the hands, because we all are eating like a communal meal. You know what I mean? Like even in Ethiopia, the Israel of Ethiopia, sometimes it's like one mesob, it's like one plate. We're all eating from one plate. Well, yeah, in that sense, it is good to do. You know what I'm saying? But they were saying here, there was a tradition that said every time you eat, right, you have to do this. While what the Torah teaches, at certain times when we're coming together for worship, right, we are to be clean, right? And therefore things like washing, like the priests, they had to wash their hands and their feet before they entered into the tabernacle, into the tent, right? So what happened was that some of the religious teachers, maybe they had a good reason at the beginning, I don't know, right? But some of the teachers might exaggerate certain things and say, well, since the priests had to wash their hands and their feet when they went in to the tabernacle, therefore we should all wash our hands every time we eat, right? So this was tradition. This was just something that people did. It wasn't anything that Yahweh commanded, right? So they stepped to Yeshua and say, why do your Talmudim? Because remember Yeshua, when we say Robenu, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua HaMoshiach, it's because he is our rabbi, right? And they had disciples too, right? But the disciples of Yeshua, right, are wiser because they're following the truth. They're following Yeshua. But anyway, the other so-called teachers, right? They say, why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. All right, now check that out in the Passover Haggadah, the portions where it commands to wash the hands, or we wash our hands, right? Because that's for a particular holy function, similar to when the priests go in. But here they're saying just in regular, ordinary things. You know what I'm saying? But what did Yeshua say? He answered and said to them, why do y'all, so why do y'all also transgress the commandment of Elohim by your tradition? It's interesting because they tried to kind of like go after his disciples. Why do your disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they They bad. They don't wash their hands when they eat bread. And Yeshua turned it around on them. Like, they tried to like sneak punch, and Yeshua just direct punch. He answered and said to them, why do y'all also transgress the commandment of Elohim? So he admitted that yes, his disciples transgress the tradition of the elders. Yeah. Like if we go to the scriptures, remember in the wilderness, they had elders, but they had to change over the elders. Like some of the elders died off. They wasn't really worthy elders, right? And so they got a better set of elders, right? But he answered and said to them, why do y'all also transgress the commandment of Elohim? So let's compare this. The tradition of the elders versus the commandment of Elohim. By your tradition, right? Now, this doesn't say every tradition is bad, but you have to put things into context, like what is greater, right? He goes on to say, for Elohim commanded, saying, honor thy father and mother, and he that curses father or mother, let him die the death. But y'all say, so Elohim said this, and y'all say what? Say what? Whosoever shall say to father or mother, a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me. Now we have to kind of go into this right here, this part here, because, to kind of explain it. As we study Torah, we'll begin to understand these things here in the New Testament, right? So some things in the New Testament that's going on here is actually based on things in Torah. Notice what Yeshua did. Yeshua went all the way to Torah, because he said Elohim commanded, saying what? Honor thy father and mother. Where does Elohim say that? Right? And he that curseth father or mother, let him die to death. He went straight to Torah. Right? But they said, whosoever shall say to father or mother, a gift, right? By whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, and honoreth not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Basically, what it was like when it's in your role to take care of your father or mother, you can't take that and say, well, I just went and offered a korban, to the temple. It's a gift of the Lord. I gave what I could give to you. I gave it to the Lord. You know what I mean? And you should be happy with that, because that's basically not honoring his father or his mother. It's all about the korban, which is an offering in Leviticus, right? Or quote, a gift. Thus have y'all made, remember the commandment of the sacrifice, besides the sin offering, the trespass offering, which was mandatory with one who was in covenant. The other offerings were voluntary. That's why they begin with if a man, if. Check. So that's why he said about a gift. Like, whatever you be profited by me, I just went and, offered this, like on the altar or to the temple or to the priest or whatever else, you know what I mean? But honors not his father or his mother. Thus have you all made the commandment of Elohim of none effect by your tradition. So this tells us that some traditions, if these traditions are contrary to the commandment, we could make the commandment of Elohim of none effect, almost like making it null and void. Not in reality, but in our reality, which is the only reality there is, right? Right? Y'all hypocrites. Well did Yeshaya, right, prophesied of you, saying, what did Isaiah? This people draweth nigh to me with their mouth. Oh, we love the Lord. Oh, we love Jesus, right? And honors me with lip service. But their heart, their mind, right, their intent, their will is far from me. But in vain, in what? In vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines. In other words, teaching for teachings, the commandments of men. Check that out. Not teaching for teachings, the commandments of Elohim, of God, but teaching for teachings, the commandments of men. Now, if men said something that is big enough, the commandments of Elohim, right and exactly, okay, it's all about Elohim. And he called the multitude. You see what Yeshua did? He's chatting with them back and forth, and now he's calling the crowd. He's like, yo, come, and said to them, hear, Shema, Shemu, right, Tabinu, right, and understand, hear and understand, right, not What did he say? What did he say? Not that which goeth, right, into, right? It says, not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man. Now, some take this verse, they isolate this verse right here, and they add their spin to it, and but as we go on, right? This is the part where he said, go into the drawer. Okay, yeah, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up. Then came his disciples, Talmudav, and said to him, knowest thou that the Pharisees were offended? The Pharisees were offended. Let me show you this. Let me show you all this right here. The Pharisees were offended. Look at the word offended, right? You see the word offended right here? What were the Pharisees? According to the Koine of Greek, they were scandalized. Offense, scandal, offense. The Pharisees were scandalizo. They were scandalizo, right? It was like scandalize, I mean, like to put a stumbling block or impediment in the way upon which another may trip or fall, like to put a stumbling block in somebody's way, or to entice somebody to sin, or to cause a person to begin to distrust or desert one whom he ought to trust and obey, right? Basically, to cause one to fall, right? But let's go down to the root down here, scandalize. Basically, it's a foot trap. It's a foot trap, scandalize, to trip up, to cause to stumble. It comes from scandalon. That sounds like a new pair of shoes, right? Scandalon, right? Don't, yo, if they come out with scandalon, y'all be my witness, right? I said it, right? The movable stick or trigger of a trap. So a scandalon is the movable stick or trigger of a trap. Oh man, there's this picture like where they have this church where the church look like a rat trap in a sense. You've probably seen it. We showed it before, right? But it's a movable stick of a trap, right? Like when they have a trap for little animals or whatever like that, and they hit the stick, you know what I mean? And the trap comes down on them. That's a scandalon, right? Any impediment placed in the way and causing one to stumble or fall. A stumbling block, an occasion of stumbling, right? But remember, it says concerning, Moshiach and the real way, truth, and life, that would be, right, a rock, like a rock of offense. Remember that? What it says about the rock of offense, right? Figuratively, this is applied to Yeshua HaMoshiach, right, whose person and career, so to speak, were so contrary to the expectation, right, of many of the Jews, right? I like to call them, well, I'm not going to get into that, but it does say vagabond Jews in the scripture. The Jews who say they are Jews but are not. The Jews who say they are Jews but are not just these guys today that people say, but they were the other ones, right? Whether they were black or black or brown black or light skin or dark skin. But if they denied Moshiach, Yeshua, right, and had enmity to the disciples, that they rejected him, and by their obstinacy, right, made shipwreck, right, of their salvation. Any person or thing by that one is entrapped, drawn into error or sin. So we can see a twofold sense of scandal. As we see right there, it says a scandal, a trap stick, a bent sapling, right? A bent sapling, a sneer, right? So that's what we just wanted to go there, just to kind of just highlight that, but let's keep it just simple right here. So the Pharisees were offended. They were scandalized, right? So the disciples told the master that the Pharisees were offended, right? After they heard this saying, right? But he, Yeshua, answered and said, every plant that my heavenly Father have not planted shall be rooted up. Let them alone, right? They be blind leaders of the blind. And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch, right? It's like you come and see Yeshua kind of shrugging his shoulder, like, yeah, what? Right? Then answered Peter, right? And said to him, declare to us this parable, right? So Peter asks to declare this parable, like a proverb, right? And Yeshua said, what? Are y'all also yet without understanding? Don't you understand? Right? Do not y'all understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly and is cast out into the draught. Now, let's pause for a moment because a lot of people will take this and say this is saying that all foods are clean, no matter what you. So the dietary laws and the wisdom of the ancients, what Yahweh said, he said it, but it really doesn't make any difference now because somehow when the Pharisees talked about the disciples eating with dirty hands, what were they eating? Were they eating pork with dirty hands? No. They went to the cornfield picking corn. Were they eating any unclean food? If they was eating any unclean food, that would make better sense to the false interpretation. That would make more sense, right? But they were going to the cornfield picking corn, right? Were they eating pork, right, with dirty hands? And that's all the Pharisees could say. If they were eating pork with dirty hands, the Pharisees wouldn't even bother with the dirt in the hand to say, your disciples are violating the law of God. They would have a real point there, right? That's why Yeshua says this here: do not y'all yet understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly. So the point of this exercise here was that the Pharisees, right, they were speaking about how Yeshua's disciples did not follow in the tradition of the elders, right? And that is to wash your hands, vigorously before any and every sort of meal. Those are the ones who are like the ultra orthodox, the ultra religious ones, even then. You know what I mean? The right, more righteous than thou ones. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying, don't you understand that whatsoever enters in at the mouth goeth into the belly and is cast out into the draught. But let's pause here for a moment. Let me ask y'all, what is the draught? What's the draught? Anybody know what the draught is? What's the draught? Right? The drought, right? Not drought, right? Ephedrone. Isn't ephedrone one of them drugs that they be giving people that they be having out there? One of the pharmaceuticals, the sorceries out there. Isn't there one called ephedrone? I don't know. It just sounds like it, doesn't. This is Greek, right? It's all Greek to us, right? Ephedrone, right? A place where the human waste is charged. Oh my good. Oh my. So what's the draught? The draught is the ephedrone, right? And ephedrone, I'm not gonna swear, but I say yay, right? I've heard this before. It sounds like one of them drugs, ephedrone. Like one of those commercial ephedrone. Side effects may include, you know what I mean? A place where the human waste discharges are dumped. It's a privy. It's a sink. It's a toilet. So what is Yeshua saying? He's saying that don't y'all understand that whatever enters into the mouth. So, okay, let's talk about what the chapter talks about right here. His disciples were picking corn, and in picking corn and whatnot, they were eating, and they didn't stop to wash their hands as they was picking corn and eating, right? And so, say some dirt, right, get in their mouth, right, along with the corn, right, the corn kernels, right, some dirt get in their mouth, right, but it goeth into the belly, right? And then, when they cover their feet, right, cast out into the draught. Basically, this verse is deep here because it basically tells us that most sicknesses begin in the belly, right? Most sicknesses do begin in the belly. And belly health, this is why fasting and certain other things are good, you know what I mean, in proper order, you know what I mean? Because what happens a lot of times is that not everything that most people eat comes out in the waste. And if what they eat doesn't come out in the waste, a lot of these things stay in the body and they toxify. They toxify the body. So Yeshua is saying that whatever one eats, say if there's some dirt on one's hand, right, the body is going to basically push that out. It's going to go in the draught. It's going to go in the ephedrine. It's going to go in the privy. It's going to go in the toilet, basically. But those things that proceed out of the mouth, their criticism of Yeshua, what would they say? The disciple violating the tradition of the elders. I mean, they dared to open their mouth with that. What was the tradition of the elders? That's what Yeshua said. Y'all are violating by your tradition the commandments of God. But those things that proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. right? For out of the heart, right, to point to the cardia, the heart, right? Both in the sense the heart, but in this sense is like the mind, right? The mind being the fountain and the seat of thoughts, passions. Let's go down here again. The fountain, seat of thoughts, passion, desires, appetite, affections, purposes, endeavors of the understanding, the faculty, the seat of intelligence, the will, the character. You get the idea? From the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies, right? And that's what they was doing. They were falsely witnessing, in the sense they were blaspheming, right? The Pharisees, right? These are that which defile a man. But to eat with unwashen hands defile not a man. Did Yeshua said you can eat whatever, even forget about what Elohim commanded. Do you think Yeshua would say that? Forget about what Elohim commanded. You know, he goes back to the Torah to speak about father and mother, to honor father and mother, and he who cursed father and mother, that's in the Torah too. You know what I mean? But he sums it up right here. He says, these are that which defile a man, right? But to eat with unwashen hands defile not a man. These are these verses that certain ones would try to take and say, well, this means that now, you know, like purge. Oh, okay, purge. Hold on for a moment. Purge. There's another testimony on this right here. All meats are purged. Right? Let's do like right here. All meats are purged. Something about that. Right? And some will go to the other reading and try to twist that and say, well, here it's saying we can eat whatever kind of food. Okay, purge, something like that. So maybe I can't find it right now. Okay, purge. All right. Well, let's go on. It's just a little segue right there, you know, because some would say that this is no longer, you know, someone try to make believe that this is no longer like based on that verse and other areas. You know what I mean? Certain foods Elohim created that are fit for consumption, certain by human beings, right? Certain foods that he created, people can eat. We can eat it, but it's not really fit for us. You know what I mean? It's not really fit. Here on the portion commentary on spiritual fire, just a little brief right here, right? This is our main subject, right? But we got a little segue right there, right? Spiritual fire. So we have spiritual fire and this Torah reading and feeding with Nadab and Abihu. We have strange fire. Then fire came out from before Yahweh and consumed the burnt offering and the portions of fat on the altar. And when all the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their faces. Here, Leviticus chapter 9, verse 24.
For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. 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 Consuming fire.
So right here, just a little bit on this right here for this thought for this Shabua, thought for this week, Torah portion reading and feeding. We get strange fire. Let's reason a little bit more. What's the strange fire? What do you think the strange fire was? It's interesting, some of the interpretation. Doesn't tell us directly, right? But what we learned directly concerning Nadab and Abihu, right? I think Nadab was one of the oldest, yeah. Nadab and Abihu, right, is that they presumptuously took it upon themselves at this first worship service. This is the first worship service at the first completed tabernacle where Yahweh himself has said that he will dwell in it, and he's dwelling in it, right? He's dwelling. That's why he called out to Moshe. So here, when he did everything, had the burnt offering and everything, right? Notice they had everything there, but there was no fire. And it says the fire in Leviticus chapter 9, verse 24, the fire came out from before Yahweh, from his face, his presence, right? And consumed the burnt offering and the portions of fat on the altar. Some say that the fire, since it says before the Lord, and in the scripture where it says like before the Lord lifnei Yahweh, right? You'll notice it's always vis-a-vis the ark. and the tabernacle. Mhm. So when it says before the Lord, right, to go before the Lord, how would you go before the Lord, right? How did they go before the Lord, right? Well, they went before the Lord, for example, when they brought a sacrifice into the courtyard, they paraded it in front of the Petach. The Petach is the door, right, of the tent. You know, like you go to someone's house and you're in front of their door and you know they're inside, right? That's like before the Lord. But the ark is a significant spot, right? So some say that this fire may have come from the ark, right? Because the ark was where he said he would commune, right, with the Bnei Yisrael. But the fire, right, they did not provide the fire. They did not strike up the fire, right? They just presented the offering, and the fire came from before, from the face, the presence of Yahweh, and it consumed the burnt offering and the portions of fat that was on the Mizbeach. Now, when all the people witnessed this, they shouted, yeah, you know what I mean? And they fell on their face. The falling on the face is worship, right? In the scripture, the falling on the face is worship. So when you hear about these ones and ones that say they're having a prayer and worship service, right? Or praise and worship service, just count how many times they fall on their face. No, because that's worship according to the scripture. That is worship according to the scripture, right? And if they're too humble, if they're too proud to do that, So the commentary, when we assemble together to worship, we should anticipate a close encounter with Yahweh Eloheinu, with the Almighty, the Creator. When Yisrael, when Yisrael, when the Beta Israel gathered for the first worship service in the tabernacle. So what happened to Nadab and Abihu? It happened at the first worship service at the tabernacle, right? Fire blazed forth from Yahweh, and it consumed or ate up. Literally, it ate up, right? It ate up, right? It ate up their offerings. Everyone fell on their faces. You know, they fell on their faces, right? Before the glory, the kabod of Yahweh. When we gather in his houses or appointed places, you know, or of worship in spirit and in truth. That's the true place. The true place is in spirit and in truth, right? That's the true place. Yeshua told us that. He told the Samaritan woman, he said, no longer in Samaria, up north or down south, you know, at Jerusalem, right, will you worship Elohim, but in spirit and in truth. So in spirit and in truth, in the new covenant sense, that is the place, right? When we gather in his houses of worship on his appointed times, or when we gather, right, it is reasonable, right, to expect that he, even he who be who he be, will be present, right? He will be present, right, in some manner, and also impact our lives, right, and input into our lives. On the other hand, the fire, Ishe, Yahweh, did not blaze forth in that manner on a daily basis. This is the key right here. So as we study the scripture, we notice that he gave that fire, and then he gave the command that the fire was to be kept burning, right? So the Israelites, they moved from spot to spot, about 42 spots they had moved to, right? And that same fire from that first fire, right, they, right, were to keep kindled, right? But how the fire happened on the very first worship service, right, did not happen in a regular daily manner, right? The Kohanim, the priests, they continued to serve. Notice the priests continued to serve and bring the offerings every day after that first miraculous, we could say, worship service, after the Beta Israel's first worship service at the tabernacle, at the tent, at the Mikdash. But at that first worship service, there was the death of two priests, Nadab and Abihu. Once again, we see this as a likeness in the new covenant, right, of the two thieves, right? They kept the divine fire alive. They kept this holy fire that Yahweh provided alive. How? By feeding the flames of the Mizbeach, of the altar. However, the amazing glory of Yahweh right, did not blaze out again. We don't have another instance, not here in the wilderness at least, of the fire blazing out and lighting the altar. But it's interesting. We do have Eliyahu, right? Eliyahu, Elijah, right? Remember Elijah and the priests of Baal, right? When he called down, that fire, right? So they were probably some Israelites, right? Some of the Israelites that may have felt that something was wrong, something was amiss. Why has this tabernacle become so spiritually dry? Now imagine this. The fire happened that first worship service. Wow. Oh, wow. It came from before Yahweh. Ishe, Yahweh. The fire of Yahweh. Right? And then after that, right, they expected to see it again, but it didn't happen like that. So some of the Israelites, no doubt, you would think, well, remember how that happened back then? But it hasn't happened since. So why has this tabernacle become so spiritually dry? That fire, remember the fire on that first day? Oh, wow, right? What happened? They might have wondered something like that. Perhaps they went looking for other tabernacles, where Yahweh's spirit was, quote, really moving. You know how people say, we're going someplace where it's really moving. Yeah, fire happened all, you know, people stunting and fronting, faking the fire, right? Some people are always looking, right, for that spiritual fire. See that fire blaze out like that. They are in constant pursuit, right? This is a sense of being in constant pursuit of emotional highs, right? And pneumatic or spiritual dazzlement or bedazzlement, right? And some judge the quality, right, of a quote worship service and the sincerity of other worshipers by means of their own internal emotional barometer. How does it make me feel? Right? And they equate the mundane and the routine with spiritual lifelessness. Again, do we, do you, do I and I, do we equate the mundane? Okay, here we come together for the Shabbat Eve and we go through these readings and we go through that. Okay, we did that before. It's just becoming so mundane and it's routine. Do we equate that with spiritual lifelessness? Now, the other people are more like HaKohanim. Other people are more like the priests. What do we mean? Chaverim. They may have had experiences, ones have experiences, testimonies of spiritual fire, Ishe Yahweh. However, they do not live their lives in pursuit of these sort of experiences, looking for something strange and extraordinary. Oh, that's spiritual. Instead of demanding fresh fire, we want fresh fire from Shemaim every Shabua. They, the ones who are more like the priests, are diligently keeping the spiritual flame alive. That fire that they receive, they're keeping that fire alive as they go through the regular ups and downs, the seemingly mundane routines, of life and even of serving the Almighty according to his instructions, according to his Torah. Sometimes though, there is fresh fire. However, to grow in grace and in knowledge and to become mature, right? But the mature man, right, of faith, right, serves steadfastly in all seasons. So even if we're in a season where we haven't seen no fresh fire, what must we do? We must keep the fire, right, that he has given, right, kindled and burning, fan the flames of the fire, right? Cherish that fire that he has given. Now, which one of the above two types of people would you prefer to be, for example, married to, or to, to be your brother, sister, and or for you to be, right? Would you want the person who is always looking, let's take it as a marriage, right? Would you want the person who's always looking for, romantic and physical thrills, highs, even to the point of abandoning the relationship if he or she feels it has dried up, right? Notice they feel it's dried up, but there was a fire that they got, but he wasn't nurturing the fire. They let the fire go out. Check. I see the Israelites, they got that fire the first time, the priest, and they keep it going. They couldn't look for it like every day, right? Right? Or would you prefer the person who is willing to stay steadfastly committed, both in good times, what seems like good times, and also what seems like not so good times, right? Which kind of worshiper do you think Elohim, mine Ha'ab, God the Father, is seeking? By Shem Yeshua. The divine fire did appear again from time to time, right? At the announcement of the birth of Samson, remember Shamshon, right? Samson in Judges chapter 13. Remember, in Judges chapter 13, the fire, it appeared again, right? When Shlomo HaMelech, when Solomon the king, when he Chanukkah the first temple, when he livicated the first temple in Second Chronicles chapter 7, there was fire, right? There was divine fire. And when Eliyahu, when Elijah, when he challenged the so-called prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel in 1 Kings chapter 18, the divine fire, Ishe Yahweh, is signified that both the sacrifice and the sacrificer had found favor. So what did the divine fire signify? That both the sacrifice and the sacrificer had found favor in Yahweh's eyes. In Acts, Acts of the Apostles, right? Faith and work, Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, the flames of Elohim's glory, Kavod, it appeared among the believers, right? What did it signify? Signifying the bestowal, the giving of the Holy Spirit in Acts chapter 2, the giving of the Ruach HaKodesh, the Memphis Kedus, up on them. It happened during the Feast of Pentecost, the 50th day. Remember where we're at right here? Passover, unleavened bread, Bikurim, on the morrow after the Shabbat, which means the first day of the Shabuah, when Yeshua, right, was witnessed to be risen, right? And then we commanded to count from that day 7 Shabbats complete, 7 times 7. Then on the morrow after the 7th, plus 1. So 49 plus 1 is 50. That's where we get Pentecost, right, in Greek from. On the feast of the 50th day, the harvest feast, while the people of Yisrael were worshiping, right? While the regular rank and file Israelites that were not really in Moshiach, Yeshua, they were worshiping in the temple, right? They were offering the prescribed festival sacrifices, right? But to those who were gathered in the upper room, the Holy Spirit, right, brought that fire, right? We are still keeping, and we must still keep, right, that Pentecost, right, that upper room, the upper room flame, right? Fan the flames of the upper room. Keep that upper room flame alive today. So right here, this Torah reading and feeding right here, just a little overview, right? Reasoning on the fire, right? The fire, right? And the strange fire and spiritual fire, right? What was the strange fire, right? Just leave that question before you all. What was the strange fire?
For our God is a consuming fire. Fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Consuming is a consuming fire. Consuming is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire.
All right. So we have right here Psalm 143. Psalm 143 coming forward.
The promise and there's a a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land, in the promised land, in the promised land.
Thank Jah, Rastafari.
Jump! Rastafari! Jump! Rastafari! Jump! Rastafari!
Friday. Yay, yay, yay.
All right, so we have Psalm 143, the daily psalm here leading into the Shabbat time. We have Psalm 143. Give me one moment just to cue this up right here. Psalm 143, today's daily psalm. Let's see where we got right here. Give me one moment here. I didn't load it up. Right. Let's see if we can do this right here. Give me one moment, y'all. So Psalm 143. This is right here, here, this right here. Here, the plain read plus the Hebrew highlights here. Today's daily psalm according to the royal order, after the order of Melchizedek.
Psalm 143.
מזמור קמ"ג, מזמור לדוד. מזמור לדוד. מזמור לדוד.
Hear my prayer, O Lord. Give ear to my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication.
אדוני שמע תפילתי, 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 תפילתי.
Hear my prayer, O Lord. Prayer, O Lord. Prayer, O Lord.
האזינה אל תחנוני, 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 תחנוני.
Lord, give ear to my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication.
האזינה אל תחנוני, 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 תחנוני.
Give ear to my supplications, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication. In thy faithfulness, answer me, answer me, answer me.
באמונתך ענני, ענני, ענני.
And in thy righteousness, in thy righteousness, in thy righteousness.
בצדקתך, 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 בצדקתך.
Hear my prayer, O Lord, give ear to my supplications. In thy faithfulness, answer me, and in thy righteousness. And enter not into judgment with thy servant.
ואל תבוא ומשפט את עבדיך, את עבדיך, את עבדיך, את עבדיך.
For in thy sight shall no man living be justified, be justified, be justified, be justified.
כי לא יצדק לפניך כל חי, כל חי, כל חי, כל חי, כל חי.
For the enemy, 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 for the enemy hath persecuted my soul. He hath smitten my life down to the ground. He hath made me to dwell in darkness as those that have been long dead. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. I remember the days of old. I meditate on all thy works. I muse on the work of thy hands. I stretch forth my hands unto thee. My soul thirsteth after thee as a thirsty land. Selah. Hear me speedily, O Lord. My spirit faileth. Hide not thy face from me, lest I be like unto them that go down into the pit. Cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning, for in thee do I trust. Cause me to know the way wherein I should walk, for I lift up my soul unto thee. Deliver me, O Lord, from mine enemies. I flee unto thee to hide me. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my God. Thy spirit is good. Lead me into the land of uprightness. Quicken me, O Lord, for thy name's sake. For thy righteousness' sake, bring my soul out of trouble. And of thy mercy, cut off mine enemies, and destroy all them that afflict my soul. For I am thy servant, 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 thy servant. Thy servant, thy servant, thy servant, thy servant, thy servant, thy servant, thy servant.
So here, today's daily psalm. Give me one moment here. Today's daily psalm. Psalm 143 means more kof, meme, gimel. Psalm 143, Hebrew aleph numerics, the alpha numerics of the Hebrew letter kof, numerical value 100, meme, Hebrew numerical value of 40, and Gimel, third letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and therefore numerical value of 3. So we have Mizmor Kof, Meme, Gimel, Kof, Mem, Gamel. Here, Psalm CXLIII. It's a call for Yahweh's help, for his aid, for his help. This psalm, it resembles the preceding one, Psalm 142, very closely in tone and circumstances. And many say that because of this resemblance, it may have the same author. Now, the title, a psalm of David, Mizmor le Dawid. Mizmor, a psalm, a chant, le Dawid, of or for David. The LXX, the Septuagint, it adds this. And also we have this in the Metzaf Kedus, the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible, we call, according to Revelation 5 and 5, the Book of the Seven Seals, so the conquering line of the tribe of Judah. It adds, when his son, speaking of Shalom, Beno, when Beno, his son, persecuted him. So in the Hebrew, right, Masoretic, we have the title Mizmor le Dawid. And in the early translation from, they say, ancient Hebrew manuscript, the LXX, the Septuagint, there is an additional writ. It reads, when his son, speaking of Absalom, persecuted him. However, the reasons for a post-Davidic date, post after David date, mentioned in the introduction to Psalm 142 may also apply here. Now, the latter half of the psalm, the Mizmor, the chant, particularly is constructed in the main from quotation. So what we have in Psalm 143 is the latter part is many quotations from earlier psalms, but it's ascribed to Dawid. And Psalm 142, the previous psalm that it closely resembles, Mizmor Kof Mim Beit, is themed a plea for help. Today's daily Psalm 143, a call for Yahweh's help. Psalm 142, the previous psalm, a plea for help. And here it speaks of the pathos, the suffering tone of the psalm is most appropriate to the occasion in David's life, mentioned in the superscription. So in Psalm 142, it says, Maskil le David, a maskil, an instructive contemplation of David when he was in the cave, right? A prayer. Maskil le David, Behioto, when he was Ba Me'ara, when he was in the Me'ara, in the cave. Tefillah, a prayer. Maskil le David, Behioto, Ba Me'ara, Tefillah, right? So the mentioning of this in the superscription, however, the composition is said to be certainly of a later date, right? But it's ascribed like Lid Dawid of David or in the style of David. So a parallel may have been drawn between Dawid's dangerous plight, right, in exile, and that of the people in the hazardous time during and after the captivity, in particular during and after the Babylonian captivity. Although the psalm, the Mizmor, is a personal, like a personal cry. It's like an I, right? And the I is not the nation speaking, right, as an individual, not the I of the I and I, but more a personal I. The writer makes use of other psalms, as we have in today's daily Psalm 143, with that he was acquainted. This is a practice that is evidence of post-Davidic origin. So you may hear that some psalms are like post-Davidic, like after the time of David origin. And that's because as you study the psalms, you'll notice that there's many quotations, right, to earlier psalms. But the superscription might say Lid Dawid of David or Mizmor Lid Dawid, a psalm of David, but it may be in the style of David, the sweet singer of Yisrael. So right here, just to give a basic overview right here, today's daily psalm from the hard copy before us. Here we have just briefly the K and D notes, the summary. Longing after mercy, chesed, mercy, loving kindness, in the midst of dark, disilluminated imprisonment. right? This illuminated imprisonment, right? So some of what we just touched on is here. The Psalms of this time of persecution, they're distinguished from those of the time of the persecution by Shaul, by the deep melancholy, into that the mourning of the dethroned king, was turned by blending with the penitential sorrowfulness of one conscious of his own guilt, right? On account of this fundamental feature, the later church, picking up on the Hebrew and Judaic Psalms, has chosen Psalm 143, Mizmor Kof Mim Gimel, for the last of what is called the seven Psalmi Poenitentialis, like the Psalms of the penitent Psalms, the repentant Psalms. Now, the Selah at the close of Psalm 143, verse 6, it divides today's daily psalm into two halves. So we have the first half, and then we have the second half. So the poet here, and I pleads two motives. There are two motives for the answering of tefillah, his prayer, his tefillah, that are found in Elohim Atzmo, in the Creator, God Himself, right? And in Elohim's Emunah. So the word here, Emunah, is translated here as truthfulness, but in a later Hebrew sense, when we say Emunah, right? Emunah is also like saying faith. Emunah, one's faithfulness, truthfulness, right? So the link of faith, trust, and truth. With that, he verifies the truth of his promises, of Yahweh's promises, his yea, yea, his amen, amen. That is to say, his faithfulness to his promises, Yahweh's faithfulness to his yea, yea, and his amen, amen. His tzedakah. Next word here is tzedakah. So these are the key words here in the psalm. Emunah, which is truthfulness or faithfulness, and tzedakah. Tzedakah is righteousness, but Hebraically it also means charity. Tzedakah, which takes on the sense of righteous giving, right? Not in a recompensative legal sense. However, in more of, it says here, an even evangelical sense, or Wengel means gospel, good news, but in a good news sense. Let's put it like that. In accordance with his counsel, the strictness and earnestness that he maintains the order. Yahweh maintains the order of Yeshua, salvation, established by his holy set apart love, both against the ungratefully disobedient Rasha and against those who insolently despise him. Having entered into this order of Yeshua, right, of salvation, of saving, of victory, and within the sphere of its serving Yahweh as Elohayo, his Elohim, and as Adon, his Lord, sovereign, master, boss. The poet is the servant. Get this in today's daily song. He is the servant of Yahweh. And because the conduct of the Elohei, right, Yeshua, the Elohim of salvation, ruled this order of salvation, or his righteousness, his charity, his righteous giving, according to its fundamental manifestation, consisting in his justifying, right, the sinful man, right, imparting, imputing his righteousness, justifying, vindicating the ukful man who has no righteousness that he can show corresponding to the divine holiness. Now, we may have some things we think is right that we do or whatever, but does our so-called right things or pseudo righteousness, does it correspond to his set apart kedusha, his set apartness? Nah. However, penitently and repenting, penitent, right? Penitent, repentant, get it? Confesses this disorganized relationship, right? Disorganized relationship and eager for salvation. In other words, we express like, listen, we're all messed up, yeah. We are, but we are eager, right, for that victory, for that preservation and salvation, and longs for it to be set right again, righting the relationship between God and man. They say like sin, right, is a barrier, right, between the true creator, right, and the human being, right? Because of all this, the poet here in today's daily psalm, he prays that he would not enter into judgment, right? Bamishpat, like entering into judgment. We have this like in Job. Remember, if you read Job 9:32, Job 22:4, Job 14:3, Job is kind of pleading that do not enter into mishpat, into judgment, right? Because I know if you enter into judgment, I'm gonna be found lacking, right? That he therefore would allow chesed, loving kindness, mercy, chesed, instead of tzedek, justice, right? His strict righteousness have its course with him, right? Remember what Paul says? He says, "Behold the mercy, right, and the severity, right, of Yahweh," right? So here, pleading for the mercy side of the ledger. For apart from the fact that even the holiness, the kedusha, set apartness of the good spirits does not coincide with Yahweh's absolute Elohim Ha'ab, God the Father, Elohim Ha'ab's absolute set apartness, and that this defect must still be very far greater in the case of spirit corporeal man, who has earthiness as the basis of his origin, yea, right? According to Psalm 51:7, man is conceived in sin, so that he is sinful from the point at that he begins to live onward. His life is indissolubly interwoven with sin, right? This world, no living man possesses a righteousness that avails. That is like appropriate, right? That is really right, lifnei Yahweh, before Yahweh, lifnei Elohim. Now, Job here goes into that a little bit more. We can get a little bit more deep in this right here, but let's get into this psalm right here. Just a little bit of the study, right? And corresponding scripture to go to as well. But right here, today's daily psalm right here, we have Psalm 143, which is a companion to Psalm 142. 142, plea for help. How do you plead? I plead for help. I need assistance. I need help, right? And the call for Yahweh's help, right here. Help. I really need somebody. I really need Yahweh, right here. Today's daily psalm, call for Yahweh's help. So here. There's a beauty to this psalm here as we go through it. There's a 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, right? In other words, going through today's daily psalm in twos, right? 2 by 2 verses. So the first 2 verses, the opening 2 verses here, the Aleph and the Beit verses, first and second verse here, KJV wise. A psalm of David. Hear my prayer, Yahweh. Give ear to my supplications. In thy faithfulness, answer me. In thy righteousness. Here, the Ivrit, the Hebrew. Mizmor le David, Psalm of David. Mizmor le David. Yahweh Shema, Tifilati, Hazina, Ella Tachanunai. Be'emunateka, Aneni, Bisikateka. Let's build on this here. The plea for mercy. Mizmor le David, Psalm for David or of David. We say it as in the style of David, right? Yahweh, oh he who be, Shema, hear. This is the same command that's given to Yisrael, to Shema, Yisrael. Hear, obey, O Israel. Yahweh, Shema, Yahweh, hear, and even in the implication of obey or answer accordingly what I am praying here. Yahweh Shema, feel me, Yahweh, hear it, right? And be responsive. Yahweh Shema tefillati, hear my tefillah, hear my what? My tefillah. Now, tefillah, as I mentioned before, is an interesting word because from the word palal, right? To pray, right? We think of pray like as begging, but really prayer is from a Hebraic perspective based on this root word palal, tefillah, from palal. It means like to intervene, to interpose. Yes, to pray, to mediate, to judge. You see what it says? To mediate, to judge. So Hebraically, prayer, unlike Western Gentile word pray kind of mean beg. But in the Hebrew sense of prayer, tefillah is like self-analysis, right? How can I close this gap between me and the Creator, right? Where am I and where is He, right? And from there, I begin to speak, right? So prayer, you see down here, is to judge, the root, falal. You see what it says? To judge officially. To judge officially means according to Torah. That's why in Proverbs it says that he who turns his ear from hearing Torah, Yahweh's direction, instruction, even his prayer is to'eba. Even his prayer is disgusting. It's abomination. Because prayer truly is to judge, right? Or self-analysis of oneself officially. What do you mean by officially? According to Torah. That's why elsewhere it says that he who turns his ear from hearing prayer, right? Let's do this right here, just so ones can see this for themselves. Let's go right here. Let's go prayer, right? Prayer, and let's go abomination, right? And let's skip the verse. Let's clear that, right? There we go. 15. Okay, we have two verses. Let's touch on the two verses. Proverbs 15 and 8. Now, for the Chabarim, Psalms in discipleship and Proverbs are very important works, very important studies. Proverbs 15 and 8. The sacrifice of the Rasha, of the defiant, the wicked, is to'eba. You see the word to'eba in Hebrew, to'eba. To'eba. To'eba is like disgusting, like like something really disgusting, right? Ta'ab, right? It's abominable, detestable, right? To Yahuwah, right? However, the prayer, the what? The prayer, the tefillah, same word here, the tefillah, prayer of the who? Of the yashar, of the upright, right? Upright, right? Is his delight, is his ratzon, right? What we say after the baraka, each word of the baraka, right? Each phrase of the baraka. Cain, Yehi ratzon. Cain, Yehi ratzon. Yes, right? Yes, affirmative. Yes, may it be pleasing, right? May it be delightful. May it be acceptable. Cain, Yehi Ratzon. So here the sacrifice, right? The Zebach sacrifice of the Rasha, of the wicked, the criminal, the defiant, is To'eva La Yahweh. However, the tefillah of the Yashar is his ritzono. But here's the verse we're looking for right here. He that turneth away his ear, his what? His ozen, the ear. He that turns away his ozen, right? His ozen, right? From the what? Hearing, from the shama, listening to obey, right? The listening to obey, right? Torah, the law, the Torah, direction, instruction, even tefillah, even his prayer, right? To'eba will be to'eba, abomination, right? So once again, let's bring it back here. Just want to show that right there. So prayer, just what prayer is. Prayer from the Hebrew perspective is like a self-analysis, right? Vis-a-vis, right? His direction and instruction. So when we scroll down here and it says a primitive root to judge, officially according to Torah, right? And or really it's more like and mentally, right? So Torah says this. Let me look up myself. chant, this is where I stand to that. And then you begin what you say, right? Forgive me, pardon me, my bad, what I mean? You deal with it, right? Because if you see it, he already saw it. By extension, it can mean to intercede and pray. That's when you are now almost like you're advocating for another one, right? Right? But we learn to advocate for another one by learning to advocate for ourselves, to pray for ourselves. So prayer, Hebraically, is more of like self-analysis, right? It's like judging. It's like kind of a judging self-analysis. How can I bridge this gap, right? You know what I mean? With words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart. So here, the full here means more lidawit. Yahweh Shema tifilati. Ha'azina illa tachanunai. Ha'azina. So the word ha'azina, which is give ear. Remember we said that the word ozen from Proverbs, ozen is ear. Well, the word ozen come from the verb azan. Azan means to hear, to listen, right? Now, one might say, wait, but the word shama means to listen. Well, yes, there's different kinds of listening, right? So to speak. Here, this means to expand or broaden out the ear. You see right here where it says, that gesture that people do, like, huh? Right? Like they're listening, when somebody's like listening, that put their hand behind the ear and broaden out the ear, right? So that's why it's azan. And that's what the word for ear is ozen. So to ear it, to give ear to it, broaden out the ear, I'm going to incline your ear. So here, where it said, ha'azina, broaden the ear, illa tachanunai, broaden the ear, right, to my tachanun, and to my tachanun, right, here, supplication for favor, because tachanun come from chanan. Chanan means to be like Hannah, Shemuel's mother, right? Means gracious, to show favor, to pity, right? To show grace, Hannah, right? Tachanunai. So tachanunai is a petition, a particular petition for grace. Like grace, undeserved merit. I don't really deserve it, but please show me grace. You know what I mean? Show me grace. Tachanunai. Broaden your ear to my beseeching for favor and for grace, right? In thy faithfulness, answer me, right? In thy what? Be a be emunateka, right? So we have emuna, right, which is like firmness, fidelity, steadfastness. But this word often in Hebrew, right, basic Hebrew, is used like faith, right? Emunati, my faith, emuna, right? Emunatica. So we can translate this as, and in your faith, right? Speaking to Yahweh, in your faith. Yes, Yahweh has faith, right? In your faith, right? Answer me, right? Be'emunateka aneni. Right here. Anami, answer me, respond to me in your faithfulness, right? He didn't say in my faithfulness, but in Yahweh's faithfulness, answer me. And he says, in thy righteousness, besidkateka, in your faithfulness, answer me in your righteousness. The word and should be struck out there. It changes the flow of the Hebrew. In thy faithfulness, answer me in your righteousness, in your faithfulness, that you're full of faith, emuna, trustworthy, right? Firm, trustworthy, truthworthy. In your truthworthiness, answer me in your righteousness, thy male righteousness. The term here for righteousness, right? Besidkateka, tzedakah, the root word tzedakah, possessive, tzedakah, your tzedakah, your justice. Now, this term here, tzedakah, what does tzedakah mean here? The term, right, that's used here, right, term cannot be employed here in its usual meaning of strict equity. So the term tzedakah from tzedek can be used in the term of strict equity, but it's not to be employed here in the usual meaning of strict equity. Why? Because in the next verse, the psalmist begs to be spared the ordeal of a trial. The psalmist is begging not to go to trial, does not want to stand trial by Elohim, in that neither he nor any other mortal could justify himself. Accordingly, therefore, in the context, the spirit of the Hebrew, not the letter, but the spirit, accordingly, the word has to be understood, right, in the sense of Yahweh, who he be, his character as the one who forgives, right, as the one who forgives, right. We'll bring it out as we get to the next verse. Here, the first verse, the plea for mercy, Mizmor Lidawid, Yahweh Shema Tifalati, Ha'azina ila tachanunai, Be'emunateka aneni, Be'tzikateka. Here, to the bait verse, the second of this first opening section right here, KJV, and enter not, he pleads, to enter not into judgment with thy servant, for in thy sight shall no man living be justified. Wow. For in your sight shall no man living be justified. Here, bring out the Ivrit, the Hebrew. Wa'al tabo b'mishpat eta abdeka. And don't enter in. Wa'al, and not, and don't, right? Tabo, don't go in. B'mishpat, don't go into mishpat. Don't go into judgment, right? Don't go into the process procedure. Don't go into judgment, right? Et abdeka, don't go into judgment with your ebed, your servant. Abdeka, the I male servant. Ki, for lo yitzdak, for none to be righteous. Yitzdak, ki lo yitzdak, right? Lefaneka, before you, in your face. Call all high. So here is the sense is like, they don't say no man living, but it's like all living, right? All living, right? For not justified, yitzdak, in your presence, before your face, call all. It says all high, all living. So all living. It doesn't say no man living, but all living, right? Will not be justified. It's sadak, right? Justified, right? Justified, right? Justified in your sight. Justified. Here, whether morally or forensically, nope, would not be justified. What do we have here? Firstly, he says, enter not into judgment. Wa'al tabo b'mishpat, right? Wa'al tabo b'mishpat. And don't enter into judgment. Like don't go to court with me. Don't have trial. Don't make trial of. Do not try me in your capacity, O Yahweh, as judge, right? As Hashofet, as judge of humanity, as judge of creation, as creator, judge of. Do not enter into judgment of me. But notice what he calls himself. He says, with thy servant. He didn't say don't not enter into judgment with others or whatever, but he says with your servant. So he's appealing, right, on the grounds of servant, right, and service. He acknowledged his insignificance before Yahweh's awesome majesty, but he also reminds Yahweh, right, that he stands as a servant, right, as a servant, because he says furthermore that none living, call high, all living cannot be justified, right? Literally, yitzdak, right? Yitzdak means to be righteous, right? This is in the technical sense, Hebraically, of acquitted as innocent, right? Acquitted as innocent. In other words, two people go to trial. One is guilty, and one is the truthful one, and one is the bad one. We don't know until the case goes through, right? But the one that is guilty, right, is rendered guilty. That's the sinner. That's the akka, right? And the one who is innocent, right, is vindicated. They're declared innocent. But here it's saying that none living, right, is acquitted as being innocent, right? Like it says, no man. I mean, was it Solomon that said there's no man, without any sin, in his sight, right? Just the nature of things. Here to the next section right here, verses 3 and 4, right? Verses 3 and 4 of today's daily Psalm 143 speaks to how he and we overcome, being overcome by what? Being overcome by persecution, by false prosecution. For the enemy has persecuted my soul. He has smitten my life down to the ground. He hath made me to dwell in darkness, as those that have been long dead. Here. Ki rada foye banafshi. Dika laaretz. Chaiti ho shebani. Be machshakim. Ke mete olam. It's interesting. It's shorter words here, but you see how this is a whole paragraph. Let's break this one down verse by verse, or I meant not verse by verse, but phrase by phrase of the verse. For the enemy hath persecuted, right? Falsely prosecuted my soul. Ki for radaf. Radaf, the word for persecute, radaf, ki radaf. For he behind, following after, for he following after, for he pursuing, for he persecuting, for he running after, for he running down, for he falsely prosecuting. Ki radaf oyeb. Who? Oyeb. For the oyeb, the enemy. Right? We can say the hater, the adversary. Ki radaf oyeb nafshi. For the enemy has been running down, right? Nafshi, my nefesh, my soul, my psyche, my psychology, right? He have done what? He has smitten my life down to the ground. Dika la'aretz chayaiti. Dika from Daka, right? Dika, he is crushed, right? Dika, he is crushed, he is broken. La aretz, right? He has broken to the aretz, to the earth, right? Right? Broken down, what? My chai, my life, right? My life, right there, that word down, right? Daka, right? So you see they have Daka twice there, but it's only once in the verse. So he has crushed, right? Dika la'aret chayaiti is my chai. So the word for life, chayaiti, my life, my living, right? He has smitten, like all crushed, right? Crush, right? Down to the ground, my life, my living, right? Even in the sense, my liberty, right? He hath made me to dwell in darkness. Ho Shivani, right? Ho Shivani be Machashakim, right? Be Machshakim. He has done what? Right? Okay, the word dwell, Yashab, right? Made me to dwell, right? So this is here in the verse, Hosheba, Hoshib from Yashab, Hoshib Ani, Hoshib Ani. We have it over here. It's the Hofal sense, Hoshib Ani, right? He has made me to dwell, right? Maybe like to sit down, but to dwell. Be macha shakim. What is the word for darkness? Right? It's machshak. He's made me dwell in the machshak, dwelling in machshak. Right? The Hebrew be machshakim, like in the plural sense of machshak. Right? Machshak in dark places, disilluminated places, dark places here. Darkness, disillumination, apart from light, from chashak, to grow dark or dim, right, to grow dark or dim, to hide, right, to be darkened, right? To be unenlightened, right? In unenlightened places, right? Last part of this verse right here, last phrase, as those, right? As those that have been long dead. Kemete olam. Now, here, Kemete olam is an interesting phrase. Mete is like the dead ones of olam, olam. So the word long. Notice how this word in some places, olam, right, means forever. In some translation, olam. Now, we dispute that almost every time we go over this word, we kind of break this down again so that we can get it. Olam, often is used like forever in the future tense. But in the Hebrew scripture, olam can be the ancient time, right? Long time past, right? So what does olam mean? Olam means like time out of mind. The practical sense is eternity. But the phrase here, as those that have been long dead, could be translated as those who have been forever dead. Well, it's not really forever, but for such a long time, for an indefinite time, right? Kemete olam. So let's zoom in on the dark places, right? The dark places, the disillumination, right? In the baraka, the priestly blessing, we ask for Yahweh's his face to shine on us, right? But here, be mahashakim, be mahashakim, be mahashakim, be mahashakim. In the what? In the mahshak, mahshak, as we have in Psalm 88, around about verse 6, verse 7. This is speaking of the darkness of Sheol. Sheol is like to say, like the underworld. When Yeshua spoke about Lazarus and the rich man, you know where they were? That's like the Sheol stance, the Sheol, right? Like the darkness of Sheol, right? A metaphor for the gloom of the downpressed. This is an allusion to confinement in a dungeon. But in the Hebraic sense, especially post-exilically, that was how it was and how it be in captivity. It's almost like being right in a dungeon or being in a type of Sheol, like hell on earth. Check. This is the sense of he hath made me to dwell in dark places, right? Made me to dwell in dark places. Hoshabani, right? Be mahashakim, in dark places. Kemete, as the dead ones of olam, as the dead ones of the world, as the dead ones of a long time, right? And completely forgotten. The last four words of the verse, here. Notice this right here. The last four words of the verse. Let me highlight these four words. The last four words of the verse. Here we go, right there. Right? Hoshebani be mahashakim kemete olam. These last four words, right, of the verse, they occur in a different order in Lamentations 3 and 6. Did you know? In Lamentations, let's go Lamentations 3 and 6, we get the last four words in a different order. Here's the verse in Lamentations 3 and 6, Lamentation of Jeremiah. It says, Be mahashakim hoshebani kame olam. Here in today's daily Psalm 143, it says, Hoshabani be mahashakim kamete olam. Here in Lamentations, it says, Be mahashakim hoshabani. So these words are reversed in the Psalm. But here, Be mahashakim hoshabani kamete olam. And here we have it. He have set me in dark places, as they that be dead of old, dead for a long time, right? Long time, right? So right here, isn't that interesting? Jeremiah, Lamentation of Jeremiah, right? This verse here, and notice the connection with today's daily Psalm, Psalm 143, right? So here, right? Let's go to the next verse, verse 4, right here. This section, 3 and 4, being overcome by persecution, being overcome by false prosecution. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. Remember, all this is happening within. Here. Wa tita atefa alai ruchi. Wa tita atefa alai ruchi be toki yisha tomeim libi. Bitoki yishtomeim libi. So here, two parts of the verse. First part first. Watita atef. Watit atef. Watit atef. Right? Watit atef. Ataf. You see ataf there? Ataf means to turn aside. Right? That's the root word. Watita atef. Tita atef. Right? Here we have the heat pa'el sense. Right? We have the heat pile sense. So tit ataf comes from ataf, but ataf in the form of the word of the verb, this sense to bring out the idea of to faint or causing to faint, almost like to faint upon oneself. It has a sense of it's reflexive, to shroud upon oneself, to clothe, that sense of covering, to languish. Right? Here it says watita tef alai. Alai means upon me, like above, upon me. Ruchi. Ruchi is my ruach. Ruach, spirit, wind, breath, mind, this sense, spirit, my spirit, ruchi. So he's saying my spirit is like folded over. Right? Ataf to turn aside, to envelop, right? To envelop oneself, right? But then it also has a sense to faint. My spirit is folded over, right? Within me, right? And my heart within me, right, is desolate. With Toki, and in me, Toki from Tawek, Toki, in my midst, my Toki, my bit Toki, Yish Tomain. This is the word, Shamain, Yish Tomain. Yish Tomain is desolate, it's appalled, but the more better sense is like it's stunned. Is stunned, like stupefied. Like you're in shock, you're awestruck, right? You're kind of appalled, but you're awestruck at the same time, at one and the same time. Right? You're stunned. There we go. That brings it out better. You're stunned, right? In you, right? But here he's speaking of his heart, right? Bit toki, yish tomain, and within me being stunned, growing numb, right? Numb, devastated, stupefied, right? Libi, my lave. Lave is heart, my mind. Almost like a mental shock, in the situation of mental shock. You're benumbed, being benumbed by pain and worry so that it fails to function normally. Right? So it's saying heart here, but in the Hebrew sense, is like one's mind. You're going through some situation and it's like you're stunned. You really can't think through it, can't think around it, can't really think of it, but you can't not think of it. You're stunned. This is like the force right here. So here, second section here, verses 3 to 4. Watitat F alai rochi. Betoki yishtomeim lebi. Here, verses 5 to 6, recollection. Now, these two verses, this is a call for Yahweh's help, right? Recollection of Yahweh's mercies, recalling Yahweh's mercies. Here we have the hey verse. I remember. Notice that right there. And going through what the psalmist is going through, giving us instruction here. Coming to this fifth verse, notice the first word, I remember. Like we're going through things now, we're thinking about things now that stun us, shock us, benumb us. But we have to remember, right? What he says, I remember the days of old. I meditate. You got to meditate on all thy works. Meditate on his works. So we meditate on the problem, meditate on his work. I muse on the work of thy hands. Right here, the fifth and sixth verse, the recollection. Got to recall. What it says, remember. Right? Zakor et Yom HaShabbat Likadisho. Remember, call to mind the Sabbath to keep it set apart. Here. Zakarti. I have remembered. Zakartiya Yamim. I remember the days. Zakarti Yamim. Mikedem. Mikedem. I remember the days from the Kedem. I remember the days from the Kedem. Kedem, like in Kedemawi, the Kedem, right? Kedma. I remember the days from the east, antiquity, the front. This is an interesting word here, because this word in this sense, the Kedem usually can mean the east, right? Usually means the east as direction. But in this sense, as an adverbial, in the adverbial sense, meek edem, it means like the ancient time, the first time, like the first time, like edem, right? I remember the days of the first time, right? The days of antiquity, of the first time. Here says zakati, right? Here we have zakati, right? Zakarti. I remember, here we go right here. Zakartiya Yamima Miya Kedem. Right? Remember the days of the Kedem, the first times, the ancient times. Hagiti. Hagiti Bikola Pa Oleka. I meditate. Haga. Right? So the word to meditate is Haga. Right? Here stating what I have done. Hagiti. I have Haggard. Right? I have moan, growl, utter, muse. You know what I mean? I've meditated, devised, right? Imagine, right? Murmur, whether in pleasure or anger. The implication I pondered. I pondered on the first times, on the ancient times. Zakarti yamima miya kedem. Hagiti, because I've meditated, because in all, pa in all of thy Po'al, pa'oleka. Now, this is an interesting word, because this word pa'oleka, it means work. It means like a deed, an act, right? But it's from pa'al. Pa'al means to work, to make, but it means to work, to make in the specific sense of that which is done systematically, that which is done habitually, that which is done like as a practice, right? So notice this right here. Let's go here. See the verse? See the verse here? Right? Notice work. You see two words for work, right? The translator translates both words for work as work, right? But one is po'al from the pa'al sense, which means that I meditate on all your systematic works, all the works of the Creator, systematic works, almost like day and night creation, how there's an order to everything. You know what I'm saying? I muse, going on, I muse, right? I muse on the work of thy hand. So here it says, Be ma'aseh yadeka asocheach, 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 asocheach. I muse. Now notice here. Here we have po'al, work, habitual work, right? And here we have ma'aseh, right? Which is a work, a deed. So a ma'aseh can be like a one-time work, a deed, a business work, a deed. But then we have the habitual works, like creation. Like notice our involuntary functions like breathing and other things. You know what I mean? Our heartbeat. These things, they work habitually, right? It's only when they don't work, there's a problem, right? They're habitually. So this is to distinguish these two words for work, right? Just briefly right here, right? Another better way of translating this would be, I remember the days of the first time. I meditate on all thy doing, right? Pauleka. I muse on the work of thy hands, right? The ma'aseh yadeka, ma'aseh, the works of your hands, socheach, socheach. Here's the word for muse, siach. Siach is to put forth, to meditate. Yes, it can be complained, to sing, but in the sense of, look at this, to muse, to meditate, right? It's another sense of meditation, like to study, to ponder. But the root idea is to ponder or to converse with oneself and hence aloud. You ever been there? You ever been there where you have to kind of talk to yourself? You're like kind of talking to God, right? You're talking to Elohim, right? But you're kind of speaking out loud, right? This is the sense siyach. So when he says, be ma'aseya yadeka socheach, I converse, I will converse, I will reason with myself and aloud, I will utter while I'm trying to study and understand these things. So here, thy work or thy doing and the work of thy hand, right? To distinguish these two words for work, thy doing and the work of thy hand. As we have in Psalm 92, right? The Shabbat day Psalm, round about verse 4, verse 5. This is the manifestation of the divine providence, or in the name Yahweh Yireh. Yahweh Yireh, Yah Yireh, Jah will provide. Yahweh Yireh, right? He who be who he be will see to it. He will provide. The divine provider, providence. You know the word provide come from the Latin. Pro means before, and vita come from Latin, means to see beforehand, right? As the name Yahweh Yireh, right? When Moshe was in his first book, when Abraham, right, when the lamb was provided, the ram was provided instead of Yitzhak, and he built the altar and called it Jehovah Jireh, right? Yahweh will provide. This is the sense of meditating on the manifestations, right, of divine providence. You know how Yahweh, he provided. He provided even that ram. So right here. Zakarti ya yamim amiga kedem. Hagiti bikola paoleka. B'maaseh yadeka asocheach. Here to the sixth verse, the Vav, wow verse right here. I stretch forth my hands to thee. My soul thirsteth after thee as a thirsty land. This is a good verse here. Remember, we was talking about bringing forth the fruit, right? When it said, when you be come into the land that the Lord thy God giveth thee, right? In the new covenant sense, right? The soul, right? The fruit of the spirit. But here, let's bring out this verse here. Perasti ya yadaya leka, nafshi. Ke'eretza ayefa. Ke'eretza ayefa leka. Selah. Here. Perasti. Peras. To paras is to stretch. Paras, like to stretch out. Right? To stretch. Right? To disperse, to stretch. Right? So it's like to disperse. I disperse my hands. But literally, I stretch my hands, like you throw your hands out, throw your hands up and out, like disperse your hand. Parasti yadai, my yads. Yad is a hand, yadai is my hands. Parasti yadai, ele to ka, to the I male, and none other. Parasti yadai ele ka, I stretch forth my hands, I disperse my hands, ele ka, to the eye. Nafshi, my soul, my psyche, right? Ka eret is like a land. Nafshi ka eret. So here the link. Remember when Yeshua gave the parable about the sower going to sow forth the seed, right? And though he gave it in an agricultural type, like a parable type of like a farmer going to farm, but then when he gave the meaning, when he broke it down and built, it was talking about different kinds of souls, of psyches, of, you could say, of ground of being, right? So here the link with the soul and the land, the fruit of the spirit. Check. Nafshi ke'eretza ayefa leka selah. My soul, she, nafshi ke'eretz, is like she, the earth. My soul, she, is like the earth, she. My psyche, she, is like the earth, she. Ayefa. Ayefa is to say like she's thirsty, like thirsty she. Right? So my soul, ayef. Ayef is to be faint, exhausted, weary. Right? He was faint. Ayef. Right? Ayef. He He was faint, exhausted. Ayefa, ayefa, ayefa. She was faint. She was exhausted. She was weary. But here it can have a sense of thirsty. Ayef, right? To be faint, to be weary. So here, my soul, my psyche is like a land that is weary, like land that is thirsty. Lika, lika, that is thirsty for you, male. So here in the prayer right here, right? Parasti yadaya leka, nafshi ka'eretza ayefa leka. She is thirsty, ayefa leka, for the I male. Speaking to Yahweh, he who be, who he be. Then we have the Selah, interlude, the pause. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have right here, here, here? Well, in this verse here, the spreading forth of my hands, this is a sign of appeal, right? Parasti, parasti yadaya leka, parasti, dispersing your hands, right? But notice, I disperse my hands, right? Stretch forth my hands, disperse my hands. I paras, paras, spread out, stretch forth, paras, right? Right, spread out my hands, right? Eleka, parasti yadai eleka, to the eye, right? In prayer, in appeal, as a weary land. Nafshi, my soul, my psyche, karetz ayefa, is like a weary land, lika, for thee, to thee. We have this in Psalm 60, right? Remember we said this psalm has many quotations from earlier and other psalms. That's why we know it more as a post-Davidic compilation, right? Here we have Psalm 60, Psalm 63, Psalm 63, round about verse 1, right there, for this link with the theme here in this verse right here, here, parasti yadai leka, nafshi keret ayefa leka, selah. Here, after the pause, picking up the next section, verses 7 to 8. And we said 2 by 2. Here we have the Zain, 7th verse right here, right? Pasuk Zain, hear me speedily. Now, here's where even more quotations come in here, right? More quotation at this point. Hear me speedily, right? O Yahweh, my spirit faileth. Hide not thy face, thy presence, thy person, thy perception from me, lest I be like to them that go down into the pit, right? For I am become like those who go down into the pit. Here. Mahir aneni Yahweh. Mahir. Quickly, speedily, mahir. Here we have mahir. Mahir is like hurry, hurrying, swiftly. Mahir, right? Here. He says, what? Mahir aneni. Answer, respond to I. Aneni Yahweh. Oh, he who be, who he be. Kalta ruchi, kalta ruchi. My spirit faileth. Kalta ruchi. Al tasatir paneka mimeni. Al, don't. Tastir, don't hide. Don't you hide. Al tastir, don't the eye, male, hide. Paneka, your face, your perception. Mime, ani. Mimeni, from ani, from me, mimeni, ala tastir paneka mimeni, with nim shalti, and I have resembled, or I resembling, right, becoming like resembling, right, with nim shalti, right, im, with your day, with those who descend, bor, im your day bor is like a pit, right? Im your devor, right? Those that descend into the bore. The bore is like a pit, right? A pit, a hole, a cistern, a prison. So what do we have here? Well, the first part of the verse where it says, answer me speedily, we know this from the earlier Psalm of David. Mahir aneni, mahir, quickly, right? Ana, ani, answer, respond to ani, aneni, mahir aneni, right? Speak to me, shout to me, respond to me, answer to me. Here we have Psalm 69, Psalm 69, round about verse 17, verse 18. Another quote here, my spirit faileth. Here we have, my spirit faileth, right? My spirit faileth, right? Kalta ruchi, kala is accomplished, is determined, almost like at an end, it's complete, it's fulfilled, it's done, right? It's spent. Kalta ruchi, ruchi, right? Is at the end, it's finished, it's complete, right? But the sense here is like faileth. We have this from an earlier psalm too. We have this in Psalm 84. Psalm 84, round about verse 2, verse 3. Hide not thy face from me. Even this verse here, quote from an earlier psalm. Al tastir paneka mimeni. Al tastir paneka mimeni. Don't hide your paneka, your face, your perception, mimeni. We have this in Psalm 102. Psalm 102, round about verse 2, verse 3. Lest I become with nimshalti, lest I mashal, nimshal. You see, the root verb is mashal, nimshalti, I have become, is based on the nephil build of the verb, which means to liken, lest I be likened, lest I be similar to, right? With nimshalti, lest I be similar to, or become likened to those that go down, right? Im your day bored, those who go down to the pit. We have this in the earlier psalm. We have Psalm 28, right? In Psalm 28, the first verse, 28 and 1. So here, this verse here, notice this one verse is made from 1, 2, 3, 4 quotations from earlier psalms. Mahir aneni Yahweh, kalta ruchi, al tastir paneka mimeni, winim shalti, im your day bor. Here, the 8th verse, right? This section, may Yahweh answer Tefillah. May he answer his prayer. May Yahweh answer Tefillati. Here. Cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning, the boker. You know, it said, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the boker. Cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning, for in thee do I trust. Cause me, make me to know the way wherein I should walk. For I lift up my soul to thee. For I lift up my psyche, my psychological state, my soul to thee. That's the key. Here. Hasheme'eni babokera hasadeka. Kia bika batachtia hodeeni. Derek zu eleka kia eleka. Nasati nafshi. Nasati, I've lifted up nafshi. Here, this verse here. Cause me, right? Cause me to hear. So we have the word shama. See the basic word shama, that's the word to hear. Here we have hash mi aini, hash mi aini. What is hash mi aini? Mine is the form right here. Hash mi aini, right? It's the hefil. You see the hefil? Hash mi aini. So we take the shama, the base root, and we build it in the seven orders, right? Like past, present, active, passive. Hashmeini is like cause me to shama. Hashmiya ani. Hashmiya ani. Hashmeini. Cause ani. Cause I to hear, to tell, to hear, to proclaim. Right? You know, cause I to hear. Right? Cause to be heard. Right? Cause I to hear thy loving kindness. Hashmeini baboker, in the boker, in the morning, right? Chasideka, your chesed, right? So the morning Here is the boker. The boker is like the break of light. The breaker, after the night, that break of light, right? That break of day, right there, in the dawning, right? This we have in Psalm 90, round about verse 13, verse 14, this part of the verse. Cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning. This is also a quotation. Hashmieni baboker chasideka. Right? Next part. For in thee, right? For in thee do I trust. For in thee do I trust. Here. It says ki bika. Ki for be in ka, in the I male, bika, ki bika, because in the I male, in thee, ki bika, batachti, do I batach, trust. Cause me to know. Now here is cause me to know, right? The way wherein I should walk. Cause me to know, like make me to know. Hodi'ani, hodia, ani. So here we have hodia. Root word yada. Same as before. What sense of the word is this in? Right? Let's go down to the he fill. The he fill sense. Hodia, ani. Hodi'ani. Right? Cause, make known to me. Make known to me. Cause me to know. Declare to me. Make me to know. Hodaini derek zu. Derek, the way, zu. Right? The way. Here we have the word zu. Right? It's a little particle. It's kind of rare, but it comes up in Hebrew. Derek zu. Zu mean like this. So the way such as this. The way this. Which is the way this, the way that, right? Derek zu, right? Derek zu elek, that I will yalak, that I will walk, that I will try, right? That I will try. What do we have here? Right? For my soul, right? For my soul, right here. For I lift up my soul to thee, right? Key, because eleka, ele, towards you, ki eleka, nasati, nafshi, I nasa, right? Now some have been, I guess, deceived or lying about Nasa. They say Nasa means to deceive in Hebrew. No, you're wrong. Nasha, right? Nasa means to lift up. Nasa, right? So when it says here, it says ki, because to you male, ki aleka nasati, have I lift up, nafshi, have I lift up my soul. This is based on Psalm 25. Right? Based on Psalm 25, verse 1, round about verse 1, verse 4, right here. So here, concluding this section here, may Yahweh answer prayer, answer his prayer, answer my prayer, answer our prayer. Hashmeini babokera hasideka. Kia bika batachti. Hodeini derek zu aleka. Ki aleka nasati nafshi. Here, cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning, for in thee do I trust. Cause I to know the way wherein, derek zu, I should walk, for to thee have I lift up my soul, my psyche. Now here, verses 9 to 10, right? Two more verses, 9 to 10, and then we have 11 to 12. But here, 9 to 10, deliver me, O Yahweh, O he who be, from mine enemies. I flee to thee to hide I, right? Hide I with thee. Now the Hebrew brings out a little more emphatic. You see that there? Hide I with thee, right? Hide I with thee. It says flee, I flee to thee to hide me. The force of the Hebrew is more of hide I with the eye, right? Speaking to Yahweh, saying hide I with the eye, right? That's a good place to be, right? Hatzeleini me oibai Yahweh eleka kisiti. Yahweh, he who be, eleka, to the eye male, kasiti, kasiti, right? Hide I, right? You know, with the I. So like to the I, hide I, like with you, hide me with you. So here, hatsaleni, right? Let's bring out the note right there. Now the Masoretic text reads, "To you I have covered." Okay, from the Nun Kaf or Nun Kaf confusion, it could read as "To you I have covered," because the word casa, right? Not me casa, but casa in Hebrew, to cover, to hide, to conceal, right? To cover, casa, right? So we have the sense of to casa, to cover, right? Like for clothing or secrecy. So cover me with you, right? Is what is said right here. So here's a plea for deliverance, right? So when it says deliver me, right? Deliver me, it's the term here, natsal, right? Hatsaleni, right? Hatsaleni, right? In the Hefil sense of take me away, snatch me away, rescue me, recover me, deliver, in the sense of deliver from enemies, deliver from trouble, deliver from death. Hatsalei ani, hatsaleni, deliver from sin and from guilt. But the literal sense of the word is like to snatch, right? Like to snatch out of harm's way. Hatsaleni me from oibai. Deliver me, snatch me from my enemies. Yahuwah, oh he who be. Eleka, to the I male. Kasiti, kasiti. I have hidden myself. To thee have I concealed. Literally in the Hebrew, Eleka, to thee, kasiti. Eleka, kasiti. To the I, kasiti. To thee have I concealed. The object being unexpressed. Did you notice that there's not really an object in this verse? The object is not really expressed, right? In that sense, right? To thee have I concealed. Not concealed what, but I have concealed, right? Object being unexpressed. The verb in this form has a reflexive meaning, right? Like an action being done upon oneself, right? That's reflexive. You know what I mean? In Ezekiel chapter 31 and 15, we have this sense. Just let's go there. Ezekiel chapter 31, right? Chapter 31 and 15, just to get that sense right here. Let's scroll down here to it says, "Thus saith, right, Adonai Yahweh, in the day when he went down to the grave, I caused a mourning. I covered the deep for him, and I restrained the floods thereof, and the great waters were stayed, and I caused Lebanon to mourn for him, and all the trees of the field fainted for him, right? To mourn, right? To be black in that sense. Qadar, from the Qadar sense, to mourn, to be dark and to mourn, right? Ashy, right? But it has a sense to be mourn like sackcloth or certain garments ones will wear in mourning, right? So here, just to connect this sense, Kohamar Adonai Yahweh Beyom Ridato Sheola He Ebaltia Kesetia Alayu Eta Tehoma Wa Emanaa Na Haroteha Wa Yikalau Maim Rabim Wa Akadira Alayo Lebanon we kola atseya ha sade alayo ulape. Alayo ulpe. So here, the sense of this right here, right, from Ezekiel 31 and 15, what the writer seems to convey, right, that's linked to this sense in the Hebrew, is that to thee I turned to hide myself for protection. To thee. Here in this sense right here, deliver me, O Yahweh, from mine enemies. I flee to hide me. The word flee is not really there. Flee is not there, right? It's more better To thee, right? To thee I have hidden. To thee I have covered. To thee I have, in that sense right there, I have concealed, right? Hatzaleni meyoiba Yahweh eleka kasiti. Here, the yod, the 10th verse. Plea for deliverance. Plea for deliverance, KJV. Teach me to do thy will, for thou my God, right? Thy spirit good. Lead me into the land of uprightness. Lead me to the land of uprightness. Teach me. Lamdeni, lamdeni, lamed ani, teach I, lamdeni, la asota ritzoneka. Teach me, la asot, to do, la asot, Ritzoneka, Ritzoneka. Teach me to do your ratzon. Remember the word ratzon? Right? Cain, you hear ratzon. Teach me to do that which is acceptable, that which is pleasing, right? That which is your will. Ritzoneka, thy will. Lamdeni la sota ritzoneka, kiata, for you yourself and none other. Elohai, for you, for the I and none other. Kiata, kiata, Elohai, for you are Elohai, you are my Elohim, right? Ruchaka, Ruchaka, your spirit, Torah, your spirit, she is good. Ruchaka, Toba, your spirit is good. Tanacheni, Tanacheni, right? Lead me, Be'eretz, in a land, me sure, me sure. Lead me in a land of uprightness, me sure. Me sure comes from Yashar, you know? So upright ones say, it was Yashar. Well, yeah, it is. The root is Yashar, but this is Eretz Mishor. We sure that it's Eretz Mishor, but it's from Yashar. Yashar, upright. So here, we have this verse right here. For teach me to do thy will, for thou art Elohai, Hailai, right? Teach me to do thy will. Lamdeni la sota ritzoneka, ritzoneka, kiata Elohai, ruchaka, your ruach, your spirit tova, she is good, right? Your spirit, the I, male, spirit, she is good, right? She is good. She is the good spirit. One might translate, some translate the good spirit, right? Your good spirit. Tanacheni, lead ani, lead I, beretz mishor. So the good spirit, ruchaka, ruchaka toba, ruchaka toba, right? Toba. The graciousness of Yahweh toward his creatures in an even land. So when it says in an upright land, Mishor can also be a land that is leveled up. It's upright, but it's level, right? It's like even, in an even land. Be'eretz Mishor. Be'eretz Mishor, right? Level place, level place. Let's bring it down here. Level, right? Straightness, plain, level, right? In a figurative sense, a just land, right? Straightness, rightness, right? A level land, an even land. The phrase that occurs as a geographical term in Deuteronomy, right? So an even land, a level land. In Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 43, for the level country that was unobstructed by hills, the level country that wasn't blocked by any hills, it was just a flat level, right? Here it is figurative of conditions, right? Freed from peril and hardship. More on this idea can be found in Psalm 26, round about verse 11, right? Verse 12, verse 11, verse 12. So here, Lamdeni la sota ritzoneka. Teach me to do your will, kiata Elohai, for you are Elohai, Haliai, Ruchaka tova, right? Thy good spirit, thy spirit, might is good. Tancheni be'eretz mishor. Right? Lead me into a level land. Here, last part here, verses 11 to 12, Yod Aleph to Yod Beit. Here. This section is the closing, the confidence, right, in Yahweh's response, the confidence in the victory of good over evil. Quicken me, cause me to live, O Yahweh, for your name's sake, for thy righteousness' sake. Bring my soul, my psyche out of trouble. Quicken me, lima'an shimka, because of due to thy name, lima'an shimka, Yahuwah, O he who be, tichayeni, cause me to chai, to live, right? Revive me, cause me to live. Even a sense of resurrect me can be found in that sense. Tichayeni, lima'an shimka, Yahuwah, tichayeni, besida kateka, in thy righteousness, Totsi, cause me to come out. You, the I, cause me to exodus, cause me to come out. Totsi, me, tsara, cause me to come out of tightness, anxiety, tight places, difficult, adversity. Mia tsara, nafshi, right? Cause my soul, my psyche to come out of trouble, right? Out of trouble. Okay, yeah, the ISV, it covers over the word soul there, right, to say me, but here it says for thy righteousness sake, bring my soul, my psyche out of me, tsara, bring out of straits, distress, trouble, anxiety, right? Anxiety. What do we have right here? Well, this is a beautiful verse here that shows the idea, even Hebraically, right, and Judaically here in the Psalm of resurrection, because this word quicken means chaya, right? Chaya, right? Life, living, right? And here in the verse where it says lima'an shimka, because of, due to, right, to the intent of your name, your male name, shimka, Yahuwah, O he who be, tichayeni, cause me to live, right? Cause me to live, quicken me, right? Right? Cause me to restore to life, right? Also in the sense of restore to life and like good health. Here to the to the final verse here. Here we go, right here. Hold on for a moment. What's going on right there? Okay, my finger. There we go. Yod bait. Here to the 12th verse of Selah, right? Confidence in Yahweh's response. And of thy mercy, cut off mine enemies. I like that right there. And concerning your chesed, right? Show the loving kindness, that mercy, that grace. And of thy mercy, thy loving kindness, cut off mine enemies and destroy all them that afflict my psyche, my soul. For I, your servant, because the reason, for I am your servant. I am thy servant. Ua bechasideka. Bechasideka, tatzmit, right? Tatzmita oibai, with ha abadita, call us orare nafshi, ki ani abdeka, ki, because ani, I, abdeka, I be thy, the eyes, mer, I be thy servant. I am thy servant. Here. For I am thy servant. This is the big point of it. But first part first, when it says bechasideka, in your chesed tatzmit, the word samat, to destroy, exterminate, right? Exterminate Oibai, my oyeb, oibai, my haters, my enemies. And he says, destroy or cause them abadita, right here, and destroy, cause them to perish. This word actually has a sense of to be lost, because it has a sense of this right here, to wander away, cause, right, all those who harass my soul, cause them to wander away, to get lost. Basically, like cause them to get lost. All those who are harassing my soul, cause them to get lost, right? Cut off my enemies and destroy, cause them to be lost, right? All them that afflict, right? That's ara, right? That bind, that cramp, that distress, stress and distress, right? Nafshi, my soul. Ki, because I abdeka, for I am your ebed, abdeka, I be thy servant. I be thy servant, I be thy worshipper, right? The servant, right? Different senses of servant right there. Yes. So here, I serve thee, and therefore am worthy of a fate that's different from that of Harasha, Rishaim, of the ratchet, the wicked ones. An alternative explanation of Kiani Abdeka is that I am devoted to your cause, right? To thy cause. And were I to succumb to these evil, right? These evil men and people, that cause that I am devoted to, that I am your servant in, would be compromised in the eyes, right, of others, and especially of my contemporaries. So here's a sense here, for I am thy servant, right? The seal up verse right here. Ube hasideka tatzmitoi by. Where ha abadta, call us array nafshi. Ki ani aleika. Here, give thanks and praise right here. Fullness of the psalm right here. Got a couple of tunes here. Which one? Who say? Okay, rhythm wise, the Hebrews, right up to Hebrew.
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור קמ"ג, מזמור לדוד. אדוני שמע תפילתי, האזינה אל תחנוני, באמונתך ענני, בצדקתך, ואל תבוא ומשפט את עבדיך, כי לא יצדק לפניך כל חי. כי רדף אויב נפשי, דיכא לארץ חייתי, הושיבני במחשכים כמתי עולם. ותתעטף עלי רוחי, בתוכי ישתומם ליבי. זכרתי ימים מקדם, הגיתי וכל פועליך, במעשה ידיך אשוחח. פרסתי ידי אליך, נפשי כארץ עייפה לך סלע. מהר ענני אדוני, קלטה רוחי, אל תסתר פניך ממני, ונמשלתי עם יורדבור. השמיעני בבוקר חסדך, כי בך בטחתי. הודיעני דרך זו אלך, כי אליך נשאתי נפשי. הצילני מאויבי, אדוני אליך כיסיתי. למדני לעשות רצונך, כי אתה אלוהי, רוחך טובה, תנחני בארץ מישור. למען שמך אדוני תחייני, בצדקתך תוציא מצרה נפשי. ובחסדך תצמית אויבי, והאהבת כל צוררי נפשי, כי אני עבדך.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 143.
מזמור קמ"ג, מזמור לדוד.
Hear my prayer, O Lord, give ear to my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication.
אדוני שמע תפילתי.
Hear my prayer, O Lord, prayer, O Lord, prayer.
האזינה אל תחנוני.
Lord, give ear to my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication.
האזינה אל תחנוני.
Give ear to my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication, my supplication. In thy faithfulness, answer me, answer me, answer me.
באמונתך ענני.
And in thy righteousness, in thy righteousness, in thy righteousness.
בצדקתך.
Hear my prayer, O Lord, give ear to my supplications. In thy faithfulness, answer me, and in thy righteousness. And enter not into judgment with thy servant.
ואל תבוא ומשפט את עבדיך.
For in thy sight shall no man living be justified, be justified, be justified.
כי לא יצדק לפניך כל חי.
For the enemy, 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 for the enemy hath persecuted my soul. He hath smitten my life down to the ground. He hath made me to dwell in darkness as those that have been long dead. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. I remember the days of old. I meditate on all thy works. I muse on the work of thy hands. I stretch forth my hands unto thee. My soul thirsteth after thee as a thirsty land. Selah. Hear me speedily, O Lord. My spirit faileth. Hide not thy face from me, lest I be like unto them that go down into the pit. Cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning, for in thee do I trust. Cause me to know the way wherein I should walk, for I lift up my soul unto thee. Deliver me, O Lord, from mine enemies. I flee unto thee to hide me. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my God. Thy spirit is good. Lead me into the land of uprightness. Quicken me, O Lord, for thy name's sake. For thy righteousness' sake, bring my soul out of trouble. And of thy mercy, cut off mine enemies, and destroy all them that afflict my soul. For I am thy servant, 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 thy servant.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam.
His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, King of kings, King of kings, of Ethiopia, 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 of Ethiopia.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we are like the sucklings on the breast.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Mubarak. Peaceful Sabbath and a blessing.
Easy, take it easy. What make you so rough? Yo, easy, take it easy. You're too rough, and that you're too tough.
Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe Hashabbat throughout their generations, a perpetual covenant. It, a sign between me and the children of Israel, the children of Israel forever. For 6 days Jehovah made Hashemayim, the heavens and earth and the earthly plane. And on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. Beni u vein bnei Yisrael oti le'olam ki shesheta yamim asah Yahweh et hashemayim ve'et haaretz vayom hashvi'i shavat vayinafash. It is a sign between I and the sons of Yisrael. Beni uvein bnei Yisrael. Ot he, she is a sign. Ot he. Beni uvein bnei Yisrael. Ot he le'olam. For she is a sign between I and the children of Yisrael le'olam, for I le'olam. Ki shesheta yamim asah Yahweh, for in 6 days. Ki shesheta yamim, he who be made asah Yahweh. Jehovah made Eta Hashemayim, the heavens, Eta Haaretz, and the earth and the earthly plane, Uvayom HaShavi'i, and on the 7th day, Ubayom HaShavi'i, Shavata Vayinafash, he ceased from work. Shabbat, Wayinafash, and rested. He rested and was refreshed. Shabbat, enough.
Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.